Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐼𝐬𝐬 on Wattpad. Now let's start. 4 years prior, Izuku Midoriya was in his final year of junior high school, aspiring to attend the prestigious 𝐒𝐮𝐬 high school for heroes. However, that dream seemed to be fading. Born without a quirk, he had faced bullying ever since he confided in his childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo. Once Katsuki learned of Izuku's quirkless status, the treatment he received from others changed drastically. He became an outcast, and the entire school was aware of his situation, largely due to Katsuki's relentless taunting. Despite this, Izuku continued to admire Katsuki, viewing him as a role model, even though Katsuki's personality was often abrasive and aggressive. Izuku's ultimate goal was to prove himself worthy of standing alongside Katsuki as an equal. As students hurried out of the classroom at the end of the day, Izuku remained seated, diligently finishing his notes. Just as he completed his last side note, Bakugo, visibly angry, snatched the journal from his hands, flanked by 2 of his friends. Bakugo demanded to know what Izuku was doing, his voice booming and intimidating. Izuku felt a familiar wave of fear wash over him, struggling to respond. He managed to say he was just taking notes, but Bakugo's anger only escalated. Bakugo dismissed Izuku's notes as worthless, using his explosive quirk to destroy the journal before tossing the remnants out of the window. Izuku's heart sank as he watched years of hard work and dreams being discarded so carelessly. Bakugo's cruel words echoed in his mind, suggesting that he should simply disappear, as if his existence was a burden. As Bakugo exited, laughter trailing behind him, Izuku was left devastated in the classroom. Determined, Izuku rushed to the window, scanning the ground below until he spotted his journal floating in the school's fountain. He dashed out of the classroom and across the school grounds to retrieve it. Standing before the fountain, he took a moment to catch his breath before pulling the soaked journal from the water. Confusion and despair filled his mind as he questioned why Katsuki treated him this way. He felt as if he had lost everything, including his mother's faith in him, who had once told him he could never be a hero. With tears streaming down his face, Izuku began his journey home. Upon entering his house, Izuku kicked off his shoes, greeted by his mother watching television on the couch. He feigned enthusiasm as he told her he was back. She welcomed him warmly, expressing surprise at his quiet arrival. He chuckled lightly and carried his bag upstairs, informing her that he wouldn't be joining for dinner due to homework. She offered his favorite meal, but he declined, closing his door and collapsing onto his bed. Izuku longed for happiness, but it felt like a distant memory. His room was filled with reminders of his dreams, particularly of All Might, the #1 hero. He wished for a savior to rescue him from his struggles, feeling as if even heroes had their limits. He felt like a burden, questioning why All Might would ever want to help someone like him. With a heavy sigh, he placed his ruined journal by the window, hoping sunlight would help it dry. As he gazed at the All Might posters adorning his walls, memories of happier times with Katsuki flooded back. They had once enjoyed watching All Might on television and playing video games together. Anger surged within him, and he stood abruptly, tearing down the posters one by one, tossing them into a box along with his action figures. After purging his room of these reminders, he felt drained and collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep without a thought for his unfinished homework. When Izuku awoke, he felt disconnected from the world around him. The thought of attending school filled him with dread. He felt unworthy among his gifted peers. Yet he knew he had to go, fearing his mother's concern if he stayed home. He harbored resentment toward his classmates and teachers for their indifference, the relentless bullying from Bakugo's friends, and the judgmental stares he received daily. He despised being quirkless and, at times, even questioned his will to continue living. He gradually rose from his bed and made his way to the bathroom, where he washed up and dressed in a fresh school uniform. After returning to his room, he picked up his now-dried hero analysis journal, planning to rewrite it in a new one he had yet to start. While it might not guarantee his path to becoming a hero, he believed it would eventually prove useful. Izuku headed downstairs to have breakfast with his mother, wearing the same forced smile he always managed to muster. Once breakfast was over, he glanced at the time and frowned at the thought of being late if he didn't hurry. He called out to his mother as he dashed out the door, promising to see her later. As he made his way to school, Izuku suddenly stumbled and fell onto the hard pavement, causing his journal to slip from his grasp. Two of Katsuki's friends appeared, mocking him. They called him a nerd and ridiculed his dreams of attending 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸, suggesting that he was foolish for even hoping to graduate. One of the boys kicked him in the stomach, asserting that it was time for him to learn his place. They surrounded him, delivering kicks that left bruises on his body. The encounter ended with Izuku feeling nauseous, having lost his breakfast after taking too many hits. The boys laughed as they walked away, taunting him to stay in his place. Izuku lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face, until he heard footsteps approaching. A stranger, dressed in dark gray ripped jeans and a black hoodie, picked up his journal and dusted it off. Slowly, Izuku rose to his knees and looked up at the stranger, feeling defeated. He expected mockery, believing that a quirkless nerd like him would never become a hero, questioning the purpose of his notes. The stranger returned the journal and expressed admiration for Izuku's keen observations about heroes. He suggested that Izuku might possess an analytical quirk. Izuku, feeling hopeless, shook his head in response. The man then removed his hoodie and smiled at him, proposing an idea. Izuku, still in pain, observed the stranger's pale skin, chapped lips, and messy grayish-blue hair. The man's bright red eyes held a strange intensity, and he claimed they were similar in some ways. Curious, Izuku asked if the man was quirkless. The stranger revealed that he had a quirk that caused anything he touched to decay. He explained that both of them were outcasts in a world that rejected them for being different. Izuku shared his dream of becoming a hero, believing that a strong heart could make him a great sidekick, but lamented that he felt powerless without a quirk. Tears fell as he expressed his despair. The man suggested that there might be another path for Izuku, becoming a villain. He argued that Izuku had nothing to lose and could prove his strength to those who belittled him. The idea of taking revenge on those who had hurt him began to resonate with Izuku. The stranger encouraged him to join him, promising to help him seek that revenge. Izuku's eyes widened at the thought of someone wanting him, and he hesitantly accepted the man's hand. The stranger introduced himself as Tamura Shigaraki, and Izuku introduced himself in return, curious about how he would be of use. Tamura helped him to his feet and suggested introducing him to some friends, but warned that Izuku would not be able to see his parents again. Izuku chuckled softly, feeling that his mother had already given up on him. Tamura nodded and grinned as he led Izuku through a warp gate. This marked the beginning of a web of lies and deception. When the dark mass of the warp gate cleared, Izuku found himself in a bar, astonished by the experience. Tamura explained that the quirk used to transport them was called Warp Gate, performed by his friend 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲𝐸, who bowed politely as he greeted them. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐲𝐸 inquired about Izuku, and Tamura proudly introduced him as their new friend, expressing confidence in Izuku's potential usefulness. Curious, 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐲𝐸 asked how Izuku could be of help. Tamura instructed Izuku to show 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐲𝐸 his analysis journal. As 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐲𝐸 read through it, he observed Izuku closely, trying to understand the nature of his quirk. He noted that 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐲𝐸's body seemed to consist of a dark fog, which suggested he could create and manipulate it to act as a portal. Perhaps when he generates a mass of dark fog, it can transport anything it touches to a nearby location. Are his metal plates a vulnerability? Do they help maintain his form? Do they prevent the fog from dispersing? Is his power limited? Maybe he can only move things to places he is familiar with. Tamura and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐲𝐸 stared in astonishment at the young boy, Izuku, who was unaware that he had been speaking aloud. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐲𝐸 broke the silence, asking if the boy possessed an analytical quirk. He had asked the same question earlier, and the boy had claimed to be quirkless. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐸𝐲𝐸 found it hard to believe that someone quirkless could have such accurate observations. He questioned how Izuku could achieve this level of insight in such a short time. Izuku, confused by the inquiry, realized he had been talking out loud again and apologized, explaining that it was a habit he had developed to sort through his thoughts. He admitted he had no idea how he could analyze things so accurately. He simply noted what he observed and heard. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained to Izuku that they wanted him because of his precise analysis of heroes. With this information, they could uncover the hero's weaknesses and devise a foolproof plan to eliminate them, ultimately targeting All Might. Izuku expressed that while All Might was not his primary concern, he was willing to assist in any way he could. Shigaraki, with a smile, emphasized that All Might was a significant influence on society's perception of worth, which surprised Izuku. He acknowledged his resentment towards All Might but revealed that there was someone he despised even more, someone who had ruined his life. He desired to make that person suffer as he had. Shigaraki found common ground with Izuku and placed a hand on his shoulder, indicating that he appreciated the boy's determination. He agreed to help Izuku, provided that Izuku would assist him in achieving some of his own goals. Shigaraki's laughter echoed as he mentioned his longing to destroy everything, suggesting they could work together. For the first time in a long while, Izuku felt a spark of hope. He was thrilled at the prospect of having found a place where he belonged and was needed. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 then instructed Izuku to follow him to his room, mentioning that they would continue introductions later and begin training soon. Izuku was taken aback by the mention of training, not realizing he would be fighting so soon. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that they would occasionally send him on missions, and he would need to learn how to defend himself. The mention of killing startled Izuku, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 reassured him that he would become desensitized to it over time. He outlined a rigorous training regimen, starting with the expectation of eliminating 3 targets every 4 days, with more to come as Izuku improved. Izuku absorbed this information silently, nodding as he left the room with 𝐒𝐮𝐬. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 inquired about the person Izuku harbored such hatred for. Izuku revealed that it was his best friend from childhood. They had been close, idolizing heroes like All Might, but everything changed when Izuku disclosed that he was quirkless. His friend began to treat him differently, becoming aggressive and turning their peers against him. The bullying escalated, leading to daily torment, and Izuku was labeled as Deku. His dream of becoming a hero faded as even his mother lost faith in him, and he began to doubt himself. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 asked if Izuku saw himself as a villain. Izuku paused to reflect, realizing he did have a plan for revenge. He knew what he needed to do and how to achieve it. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 knocked frantically on the door of Bakugo's house, pleading for Mitsuki to open up. Mitsuki rushed down the stairs, surprised to see 𝐒𝐮𝐬 in tears. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 desperately asked if her son was with them, while Katsuki, overhearing the commotion, wondered why 𝐒𝐮𝐬 was crying. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 explained that Izuku had not returned home. Mitsuki questioned whether he might be with a friend, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 insisted that the only friend he had was Katsuki. She had hoped they had reconnected, but after calling the school and discovering Izuku had not arrived, her worry intensified. She recounted how Izuku would never skip school and had left the house the previous morning. Mitsuki, concerned, looked at Katsuki, who shrugged, indicating he had no idea where Izuku might be. Mitsuki warned Katsuki to watch his words, but he retorted defiantly, challenging her authority. She cracked her knuckles, prepared to discipline her son, but then sighed and shook her head. She suggested calling the police to organize a search party for Izuku. Katsuki took his seat at the kitchen table, pondering what could have happened to his classmate. He doubted that Izuku would take his advice. After all, he considered Izuku too timid for such actions. Yet, he found himself thinking about the boy, despite claiming he didn't care for him. The following day, Izuku sat in a wooden chair in the corner of his dimly lit bedroom, trying to process the whirlwind of events. He was now set to act as a member of the League of Villains. He had met several individuals, including Kenji, known as Magna, who possessed the quirk of magnetism, Atsuhiro or Mr. Compress, whose quirk was evident from his name, and Jean, referred to as Twice, who had the ability to create doubles. A sense of excitement bubbled within him as he anticipated his training with Twice. However, he found himself questioning the depth of his feelings. How long had he harbored a longing for revenge against those who had wronged him? He wondered if he could ever meet All Might and inquire about the possibility of becoming a hero. But that thought felt futile, especially since he was confined to his current situation. He briefly felt sympathy for his mother, who was likely distressed over his disappearance, but he quickly dismissed those feelings. He had come to realize a year ago that he didn't care about anyone anymore, which was why he had abandoned his dreams. He believed that anyone willing to harm a quirkless person didn't deserve to be a hero. Izuku often wished he could 𝐼𝐻 them of their quirks, imagining how much better it would be if they could experience life without powers, just as he did. He reassured himself that eventually he would gain the power he needed and the determination to act. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. 𝐾𝐮𝐲 inquired if he was decent, to which Izuku confirmed he was. The door had been locked from the outside to prevent any impulsive actions. 𝐾𝐮𝐲 entered and informed Izuku that Tamura Shigaraki wanted to see him. Izuku's curiosity piqued. He wondered if it was time for his training. 𝐾𝐮𝐲 clarified that Shigaraki wished to provide him with something beneficial for his training. Izuku nodded and followed 𝐾𝐮𝐲 to a small room illuminated by a single light above an old wooden chair. Confused, he questioned the purpose of being in such a room. Shigaraki greeted him with a grin, though the hand covering his face obscured his expression. Izuku pondered the significance of the hand, wondering if it was part of Shigaraki's villain persona. The boy pondered the purpose of the costume he wore, questioning whether it served any practical function or was merely a peculiar fashion choice. He approached a wooden chair and settled into it. Shigaraki moved behind him, grasping his arms and ensuring that his fingers were kept away from the boy's skin. With a swift motion, he pulled the boy's arms behind his back. The boy began to feel anxious and squirmed in his seat, wondering what was happening. He thought to himself that Shigaraki was betraying him, but perhaps he was just being overly suspicious. Shigaraki urged him to relax, suggesting that the process would be quicker if he ceased his struggles. The boy was filled with uncertainty about what was about to happen. Shigaraki explained that he was merely providing assistance with his training. He revealed a small case containing a syringe, indicating that it would help the boy fight and undertake missions without his emotions interfering. As Shigaraki prepared the syringe, the boy squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to witness the needle. Once the syringe was withdrawn, he felt perplexed, as nothing seemed to change within him. Shigaraki informed him that he would need to receive this injection daily until it was determined that he no longer required it. Moments later, the boy began to see stars, and his body started to slump as he drifted into unconsciousness. In the present day, a nearly 18-year-old boy sat at the bar area of the League of Villains base. With messy green hair and red-tipped strands, Izuku had been diligently writing in his journal for nearly an hour, attempting to dissect every detail from a video featuring a hero. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. When he looked up, he realized that Shigaraki was approaching him, and a wave of concern washed over him. Izuku thought to himself that he had likely upset Shigaraki once more, rolling his eyes in response to the situation. She was frustrated with the situation and expressed her annoyance about the notes. It was challenging for her to focus when she felt confined and unable to explore her surroundings, which was her strength. Whenever she accompanied him, she felt pressured to act quickly, often without fully understanding the abilities of their targets. This approach didn't seem beneficial to her. Additionally, being forced to confront those without powers only complicated matters further. She found it difficult to concentrate with the constant shouting around her. Every 10 minutes, someone would ask if he was finished yet. Izuku expressed his thoughts with a calm demeanor, acknowledging the pressure without any hint of frustration. The leader, irritated by his tone, warned him not to speak so casually, threatening to reprimand him. Izuku simply nodded, his expression remaining unchanged, unfazed by the warning. He mused to himself that if he had $1 and a treat for every time he heard such threats, he would be wealthy and have a content dog by his side. His primary source of information was Toga. He often assigned her to side missions to collect intelligence on heroes, asking her to record their abilities for his analysis. However, it was challenging to compile a comprehensive report without first-hand experience. He yearned to put their powers to the test himself. The only information he could gather from the videos was the nature of the quirks, but he struggled to understand how they functioned, which was a crucial detail he needed. 𝐂𝐮𝐬 suggested it was time to truly test how Izuku would fare in the world on his own, emphasizing that if he was to embrace a villainous path, he needed to reach his full potential. Concerns about the dangers of sending him out were voiced, but Izuku shrugged off the risks, noting that only a couple of people might remember him: his mother, if she was still alive, and his so-called best friend, 𝐾𝐿, along with possibly his mother too. If they posed a problem, he could simply keep his distance while remaining in the area. Toga rushed over to him, having just returned from one of her side missions, excitedly presenting another video for him. Izuku expressed his gratitude, acknowledging her as his main source of information. Shigaraki then asked if he wanted to go outside, to which Izuku agreed, recognizing the opportunity it presented. Shigaraki warned him that if he got into trouble or acted foolishly, he would need an alias for the world to recognize him. Izuku, with a straight face, suggested a ridiculous name, which left everyone confused. He then clarified that he preferred to be called Spite, explaining that his villainous actions would stem from spite. Shigaraki reluctantly accepted this name, instructing him to return before dark. Izuku grinned and quickly left, taking a deep breath as he stepped outside. He hadn't seen sunlight in ages and felt nearly as pale as Shigaraki, though he was relieved he didn't look as rough. Shigaraki groaned, realizing the trouble Izuku had become, while Dabi pointed out that he hadn't seen the sun in 4 years, as he was only allowed out at night. Shigaraki lamented that Izuku needed to adjust his attitude, as it would soon be time for him to meet All for One. Izuku ventured into the city, dressed in black jeans and a sleeveless hoodie, keeping his face visible since he believed he wouldn't encounter anyone in this part of town. He decided to check on his mother, hoping she was still alive. As he navigated through the crowded streets, someone bumped into him, providing the perfect distraction for him to swipe a wallet from the man's pocket. He feigned an apology while concealing the wallet, amused by how easily he could disrupt someone's day. He made his way to his old neighborhood, pulling up his hood as he recognized the familiar buildings. Upon spotting his house, he felt a rush of excitement when he noticed his mother's car in the driveway. Crouching down to peek through the window, he saw her sitting on the couch, absorbed in an old photo book. She looked so forlorn, and he contemplated leaving her a note but quickly dismissed the idea, knowing it would put him at risk. He sighed dramatically, wishing for a bit of fun while acknowledging that revealing his existence would lead to unwanted attention from Shigaraki. After shaking off his thoughts, he moved away from the window and continued down the sidewalk. He soon stopped in front of a house that felt all too familiar. A smile spread across his face as he spotted his childhood best friend leaning against the window, engrossed in his phone. He felt a mix of nostalgia and determination, vowing to make 𝐾𝐿 experience the same suffering he had endured. His mood lifted, he wandered to the old park where they used to play as children. The place seemed unchanged, and he observed the kids playing before something caught his eye. A girl, younger than him, with short brown hair and rosy cheeks, was wearing a black tank top and blue briefs reminiscent of training uniforms. What captivated him was the rocks floating around her. Unable to resist, he approached her, pulling down his hood. She was startled but quickly let the rocks fall to the ground. Izuku, brimming with excitement, inquired about her quirk, guessing it was levitation. The girl giggled and clarified that her quirk was gravity, explaining how it worked and how she needed to touch objects to make them float. Izuku was fascinated, asking more questions about her ability. The girl introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, and he felt a spark of curiosity and camaraderie as they continued their conversation. It was a pleasure to meet someone new, but Izuku felt a bit awkward. He introduced himself as Deku, a name he didn't particularly like but was the only one that came to mind. The girl responded with a cheerful smile, finding his name amusing. She then asked about his quirk. Izuku hesitated, fearing she might treat him like an outcast, just as others had done years ago. With a sad smile, he admitted that he didn't have a quirk but expressed his passion for learning about them. The girl frowned at his revelation, but then quickly brightened, raising her fist in encouragement. She reassured him that he could still do great things for others, even without a quirk. As he listened, Izuku's thoughts turned dark, feeling frustrated by her optimism. He questioned what she meant by that. She listed various professions like being a detective or a comedian, which he found unexciting, except for the detective part, which intrigued him. They continued discussing their schools, and Izuku learned she attended 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐩𝐸. His excitement grew at the prospect of gaining valuable information about the school. He asked her about Katsuki, his childhood friend, and she confirmed that she knew him and that he was still as loud and aggressive as ever. Izuku chuckled, feeling a mix of nostalgia and regret. He reflected on how things might have been different if he had a quirk. Ochako encouraged him, reminding him that anyone could be a hero, even without a quirk. Izuku felt a wave of skepticism wash over him, thinking that she, too, had been misled by false hopes. She then suggested they hang out again the next day, and Izuku, seeing the potential for gathering information, agreed enthusiastically. They decided to meet at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, and Ochako asked for his number so they could stay in touch. After exchanging numbers, she waved goodbye, leaving Izuku to contemplate his next move. He chuckled to himself, feeling a mix of amusement and determination as he headed back to his base. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was growing impatient, pacing back and forth, wondering where Izuku had been. Dabi tried to calm him down, suggesting that Izuku was fine. Just then, Izuku walked in with a grin, prompting Shigaraki to demand to know his whereabouts. Izuku playfully told Shigaraki to relax, claiming he had made a new friend who was a student and that he could gather useful information from her. Shigaraki was intrigued, and Toga eagerly asked if she could taste the girl's blood, excited at the prospect of infiltrating Twice joined in, praising Izuku for his cleverness and expressing confidence in his abilities. Izuku felt a mix of annoyance and amusement at the attention he was receiving, reflecting on how he could lead the group more effectively if given the chance. He kept his thoughts to himself, knowing that he had to navigate this chaotic environment carefully. Magna then approached him with a piece of paper, claiming it might interest him. Izuku tilted his head in curiosity as he reached for the paper, eager to see what new information it held. Izuku noticed an old photograph of himself with a caption beneath it that read, "Have you seen my son?" He read it aloud, feeling a mix of emotions. Toga smiled widely, finding it charming. Confusion washed over Izuku as he placed the paper on the table, his brow furrowing in frustration. He expressed his bewilderment, questioning why he was being shown this. Twice chimed in, suggesting it was about his mother missing him. Izuku clarified that while he was aware of his mother's feelings, he was not there to discuss her mental state. His focus was on gathering information about heroes to aid his companions in their mission against their common enemy. With that, he left the room, feeling a surge of irritation. Magna wondered aloud what had caused Izuku's sudden change in demeanor. Shigaraki responded, noting that despite Izuku's attitude, he had inadvertently contributed to their cause. They would have to see how far Izuku could go with his new acquaintance. Back in his room, Izuku sat on his bed, hearing his phone ping. Unlocking it, he found a message from his new friend, Uraraka. She greeted him cheerfully, reminding him to save her contact information and mentioning their upcoming meeting at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. She also suggested bringing along a few friends, which excited Izuku. More people meant more information. He quickly saved her contact as Rosy Cheeks and replied, asking how many friends she intended to invite. Uraraka replied that she was considering inviting her entire class for a more enjoyable outing, depending on who was interested. Izuku felt a wave of panic. What if 𝐾𝐿 showed up? He mentally cursed, reminding himself to keep a low profile. If 𝐾𝐿 appeared, he would find a way to slip away and make an excuse. After all, he mused, 𝐾𝐿 wouldn't likely want to go shopping unless he was alone. He texted Uraraka back, confirming his attendance. After placing his phone on the charger, Izuku grabbed his journal and began jotting down everything he could remember about Uraraka's quirk. He drew a small sketch of her face beside her name, trying to solidify her image in his mind, as he realized he was starting to forget her features. Meanwhile, Uraraka lay in her bed, her phone in hand, reflecting on her last conversation with Izuku. She found him quite attractive and eagerly anticipated their shopping trip, excited about the opportunity to spend more time with him. With a sigh, she initiated a group chat with her classmates. She proposed a trip to the Kyoshi Ward shopping mall, suggesting it would be a nice break from their training. Kirishima quickly agreed, while Momo regrettably declined due to prior commitments. Tsuyu and Ishido expressed their enthusiasm for the outing, but Katsuki scoffed at the idea of joining them, preferring to engage in more productive activities. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 felt slightly disheartened by Katsuki's response but continued to encourage her friends to join. Kirishima insisted it would be fun, emphasizing the importance of taking breaks. However, Katsuki exited the chat, leaving Mineta eager to take his place. Ida and Todoroki confirmed their attendance, while Denki expressed excitement over Katsuki's absence. Shiro, however, had to decline. 𝗟𝗏𝐼 informed her friends they would meet at the entrance of the mall and mentioned that a friend of hers would be joining them, hoping they would all get along. Ishido teased 𝗟𝗏𝐼 about her new acquaintance, prompting her to clarify that she barely knew him. Despite her protests, Ishido playfully insisted on the possibility of a budding romance. With a sigh, 𝗟𝗏𝐼 set her phone down and turned off her lights, allowing sleep to envelop her. The next day, Izuku leaned against the wall near the mall entrance, dressed in black ripped jeans and a turtleneck sweater. He tapped his foot impatiently, irritated by 𝗟𝗏𝐼 and her friend's tardiness. He lamented his lack of sleep, feeling the weight of insomnia and the nerves that accompanied being away from the base. The thought of 𝐾𝐿 potentially showing up added to his anxiety. Just then, his phone pinged with a message from 𝗟𝗏𝐼, asking where he was. Izuku's initial reaction was to type a frustrated response, but he quickly deleted it, scanning the area until he spotted 𝗟𝗏𝐼 approaching with her friends. He didn't see Katsuki with the group, so he put on his best smile before approaching them. He called out to 𝗟𝗏𝐼 to get her attention, and when she turned towards him, he waved. There she was, smiling happily and apologizing for being late. She mentioned having to wait for everyone and noticed the bags under his eyes, asking if he was okay. Izuku assured her he was fine, though he wasn't really. His apology made her giggle, and Ishido, grinning widely, leaned closer to Tsuyu and whispered that 𝗟𝗏𝐼 definitely liked him, which made the girls giggle softly. Kirishima waved at Izuku with a bright smile, prompting Izuku to smile and wave back. He introduced his friends and classmates to Izuku. Ishido, who had a pink appearance, introduced herself enthusiastically. Izuku wondered if she was an alien. He introduced himself as Deku, expressing excitement about their quirks and how impressive it was that they got into the top hero school. Ishido proudly revealed that her quirk was acid, explaining that it was the reason her skin was pink. Izuku found it fascinating that her quirk altered her skin color, maintaining a smile despite the triviality of the fact. Ishido continued, explaining that if she used too much acid, her body would corrode. Izuku was intrigued and asked if she could melt anything, to which she confirmed that anything solid, including metal, was fair game. He thought to himself that if he ever had to fight her, he would need to make her overuse her quirk. Ishido then asked if he had seen the sports festival. He mentioned catching the end and seeing her fight with a guy who had a shadow quirk. Ishido happily clarified that it was Tokoyami. Izuku nodded and tried to recall the names of the others in the group. He recognized Kirishima and Ida, and then turned to Todoroki, who confirmed his identity. When asked if he was a fan of his father, Izuku shook his head, explaining that he found Todoroki's father too egotistical and reminiscent of Bakugo. Todoroki seemed unfazed, admitting that Izuku had described his father perfectly and that was why he disliked using his fire quirk. Izuku expressed disbelief that one could use someone else's quirk unless they had a quirk that could steal it, insisting that it was Todoroki's quirk when he was in control of it. Denki was surprised to learn that Izuku and Bakugo had once been best friends. Mineta asked how they had accomplished that. Izuku explained that while they used to hang out and watch All Might together as kids, they were no longer friends. He admired Bakugo's strength and wanted to support him, but their friendship ended when Bakugo decided he wanted nothing to do with him because he felt Izuku would hold him back. Ishido asked what had torn them apart, and Izuku admitted it was his own quirklessness, which led to their separation. He shared that breaking away from Bakugo had been the best thing for him, allowing him to feel free and no longer held back by negative thoughts. Changing the subject, he noticed 3 unfamiliar faces and asked about them. Uraraka introduced 𝐼𝐻𝐬 and 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐬, who preferred to be called 𝐬𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐚𝐫𝐲. Izuku acknowledged them with a slight shrug. Denki introduced himself and Mineta, who boasted about being the smart and cool one of the group. Izuku smiled at Mineta, thinking to himself that he could do without the bragging. Denki leaned in and whispered not to believe anything Mineta said, which made Izuku chuckle. He then asked Mineta about his quirk, to which Mineta proudly explained that he had sticky ball on his head that regrew every time he pulled one out. Izuku found that quirk somewhat overpowered, and Mineta's eyes lit up with hope at the compliment. He imagined taking down villains with his quirk, even the notorious Tamura. Izuku laughed, picturing the absurdity of such a scenario. Turning to Tsuyu, he observed her frog-like abilities and she confirmed his guess, explaining her long tongue and camouflage abilities. Izuku was amazed and continued to engage with the group, excited about their quirks and the potential for their future adventures together. Izuku was curious and eager to learn more about his friends. He asked if they also hibernated. One of them confirmed that when it got really cold, they would fall asleep. Izuku smiled, mentally noting the information. He then turned to 𝐼𝐻𝐬, drawing a comparison to a hero named 𝐮𝐻𝐬. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 proudly revealed that 𝐮𝐻𝐬 was his older brother and expressed his longing to become a great hero like him. Izuku admired 𝐼𝐻𝐬's ambition and suggested they start shopping since they were at the mall. Uraraka proposed splitting into 2 groups of 3, but Izuku pointed out that with 6 boys and 3 girls, it wouldn't work out evenly. Ashido then suggested a group arrangement, 𝐼𝐻𝐬, Kirishima, Denki, and Mineta in one group, while 𝐬𝐮, Todoroki, and Uraraka would form another, leaving Izuku and Deku together. Izuku felt a bit uneasy about being paired with Uraraka, especially when she blushed at the thought. She asked if it was okay for just the 2 of them, and he agreed, appreciating that she had invited him out. With a wave to their friends, Uraraka took Izuku's wrist and led him away. He allowed himself to be guided, his mind racing with thoughts about how to gather information for Shigaraki. They spent nearly 2 hours together, with Izuku mostly observing Uraraka as she explored the mall. Eventually, they decided to take a break and grab some food, sitting on a bench near a fountain. Uraraka broke the silence, revealing that she had suspected Ashido would pair them up. Izuku tilted his head, wondering if it was a bad thing to be paired with him, especially since he was quirkless. He sighed, feeling the weight of his limitations. Uraraka reassured him that she didn't mind being with him, which surprised Izuku. He expressed his gratitude, noting that she was the first person who genuinely wanted to spend time with him. Uraraka beamed at his words and suggested they do this more often, to which Izuku happily agreed. After wandering the mall for 2 hours, they only bought a small keychain that Uraraka found appealing. As they sat on the bench, Izuku shifted the conversation to school, asking Uraraka about 𝐼𝐻𝐬 as a teacher. She described him as cool, although he often challenged them during exams. Then, in a hushed tone, she shared a secret she had overheard about 𝐼𝐻𝐬's quirk, revealing that he could only use it for 5 minutes now and that overusing it could lead to losing his powers entirely. This revelation intrigued Izuku, as it could be valuable information for the League. Uraraka expressed concern about the implications of sharing such information, fearing it could lead to trouble. Izuku agreed, acknowledging the importance of keeping it confidential. Just then he noticed Ashido and Tsuyu waving at them, standing next to the boys from earlier. Izuku pointed out that it was getting dark and they had been at the mall for over 4 hours, suggesting it was time to head home. He felt a sense of relief, having gathered the information he needed. As they approached the group, Ashido greeted them, asking if they had fun. Izuku enthusiastically confirmed that he had enjoyed their time together and hoped they could do it again. Kirishima chimed in, expressing his need for a break, while Denki lamented about his unfinished homework. Izuku shook his head at Denki's procrastination, wondering about his grades. Kirishima then asked for Izuku's number so they could stay in touch. Izuku agreed and entered his number into Kirishima's phone, using his secondary number meant for social interactions. Kirishima thanked him and promised to share the number with the others, asking for permission first. Izuku consented, requesting that Kirishima label it with his name. With goodbyes exchanged, Izuku prepared to leave, but Uraraka decided to follow him out. As they stepped outside, She mentioned her home was in a different direction, but Izuku revealed that his house was also nearby, meaning they would continue to walk together for a while longer. 𝗟𝗏 smiled, feeling reassured that it would be safer that way. As darkness began to settle in, it became clear that walking home alone could be dangerous for either of them. He thought to himself about how lovely it was that she assumed he would be in trouble. He expressed his concern, following closely behind her. As they walked together, a comfortable silence enveloped them. The number of people around them dwindled, and the sky deepened into night. With the encroaching darkness, it seemed as if Izuku's eyes glimmered with a strange intensity. He discreetly retrieved a small case from his pocket and opened it, revealing a syringe prepared for use. 𝗟𝗏 commented on how dark it was becoming, not turning to face him, which turned out to be a critical oversight. In a swift motion, Izuku injected the syringe into her upper arm, ensuring he struck a vein. She gasped in surprise and discomfort, her body beginning to sway as she struggled to maintain her balance. Confused, she called out to him, but her vision blurred, and all she could see were two bright green eyes and a wide grin before she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the cold concrete. When 𝗟𝗏 regained consciousness, she found herself in a dimly lit room, seated in a chair. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she noticed a shadowy figure leaning against the wall, their bright green eyes fixed on her. It was the same room where Shigaraki had once injected Izuku with a drag for training. She asked who he was and where she was. The figure remained silent for a moment before breaking into a grin, expressing relief that she was alive. Recognizing the voice, 𝗟𝗏 felt a wave of relief wash over her. She questioned him about their situation and why she was tied up. He feigned concern about the tightness of the ropes, suggesting they could be tightened further. Pain shot through her as he pulled the ropes around her wrists, and fear began to creep in. She asked him what he was doing and why. He noted that she had many questions and offered to answer a few, but only if she reciprocated. When she fell silent, he continued, explaining that she was in his home. He then held up her phone, revealing that he had removed the location chip to prevent her from alerting anyone. He inquired about her motivations for wanting to be a hero. 𝗟𝗏 explained her longing to help her parents and provide them with a peaceful life. He dismissed her aspirations as shallow, questioning the worth of someone motivated solely by money compared to those who sought to protect the innocent. He expressed his intent to rid the world of All Might, whom he deemed too influential and bothersome. When she heard the word, die, he brandished a pocket knife, making a swift motion that caused her to cry out in shock. He reprimanded her for interrupting, emphasizing how he had been patient with her in the past. He warned her to let him speak without interruption. 𝗟𝗏 pleaded with him, suggesting that he still had time to change. He rejected her plea, insisting that she stop calling him by a name he despised. She urged him to reconsider, claiming that heroes would come to rescue her, which only made him laugh. He stood up and walked over to a nearby table, eyeing a branding iron that had been left to heat. He mocked her belief that anyone would come for her, revealing his own feelings of abandonment. When she hesitated to respond, he introduced himself as Spite. She expressed her longing to help him, insisting that he didn't have to be this way and that he could have friends and even a girlfriend. Izuku was taken aback by her declaration of love, suspecting her sincerity. She insisted that her feelings were genuine, recalling how she had developed feelings for him from the moment they met. In a sudden, chilling move, he picked up the branding iron and pressed it against her face, causing her to scream in anguish. When he removed it, tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving a mark in the shape of an S. He taunted her about her earlier beliefs, pointing out that her words had been a facade. He explained that the nice guy she had seen at the mall was merely an act. Izuku expressed his disdain, stating that he neither liked nor loved her. He grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, a malicious grin spreading across his face. He reassured her, saying that her appearance was not the issue. In fact, she was quite cute. He noted her innocent demeanor, which he found appealing. 𝗟𝗏, with tears streaming down her cheeks, questioned why he felt this way. Heartbroken and fearful, she realized she had been deceived by his charming facade, only to discover that the man she admired was a stark contrast to her expectations. He leaned closer, gently caressing her cheek as he revealed his true feelings. He despised how society had tainted her, claiming he could never love someone so influenced by its views. 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐸's eyes widened in confusion at his hatred. He then shifted his focus, walking back to the table to retrieve a branding iron from the flame. He opened a box and took out a syringe connected to a BLD bag, announcing that he would be taking 2 pints of her BLD for later use. He called for Toga, who rushed down the hallway and embraced Izuku, eager to assist. He explained that he needed her help with the task at hand. Toga, excited, looked at 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐸 and expressed her admiration for her beauty. Izuku encouraged her to help him change 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸's restraints, and Toga enthusiastically agreed, suggesting various ways to do so. As Toga approached 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸, she was met with a desperate plea to stay away. Toga, undeterred, complimented 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸's appearance, noting her unique features. 𝗂𝐮𝐬 then entered the room, prompting Izuku to greet him warmly. 𝗂𝐮𝐬 informed Izuku that 𝐼𝐻𝐸 wished to see him, causing 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 to freeze at the mention of the name. She interrupted Izuku, pleading with him to reconsider his actions, warning him that Shigaraki was only using him for his own gain. Tears continued to fall as she expressed her genuine concern for him. Izuku, growing irritated, reprimanded her for interrupting and explained what it meant to be quiet. He warned her that further interruptions would have consequences. With that, he exited the room alongside 𝗂𝐮𝐬, leaving Toga to carry out her instructions. As they walked down the hallway, 𝗂𝐮𝐬 inquired about what Izuku had learned from 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸. Izuku shared that All Might was growing weaker with prolonged use of his quirk, suggesting that if they could push him to his limits, he would become vulnerable. 𝗂𝐮𝐬 acknowledged his findings, assuring him that Shigaraki would be pleased. They soon arrived at the bar area, where Izuku stood before 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸, who signaled for Shigaraki and 𝗂𝐮𝐬 to leave them alone for a private conversation. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 addressed Izuku, asking about his motivations and goals. Izuku explained that his experiences as a quirkless individual had shaped his perspective. He had once dreamed of becoming a hero, inspired by All Might's words, but he realized that those ideals did not extend to people like him. He recounted the bullying he endured, not only from peers but also from teachers who turned a blind eye. Taking a deep breath, Izuku expressed his longing for revenge against those who had wronged him, particularly his childhood friend who had tormented him. He revealed his plan to help take down All Might, believing that if All Might were to fall, it would also diminish the idolization of his former friend. Izuku's ambitions extended beyond that. He envisioned a world where quirks could be 𝗟𝗶𝐸𝐸 away from those who looked down on him and others like him. He contemplated creating a machine that could take away quirks, pondering the implications of such power. Izuku pondered the possibility of restoring order to the world, despite lacking any powers of his own. He believed that if he could create something to help the world progress into a new era, it would be worth pursuing. With a light-hearted chuckle, he expressed his determination to make a difference. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸, the scar-faced man, acknowledged their shared ideals. Izuku felt a mix of confusion and intrigue as he listened to the man's story about his past, filled with power and status before losing everything to All Might. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 explained his quirk, which allowed him to take others' abilities for himself and even pass them on. Izuku was captivated, realizing that 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 had played a role in the creation of One for All. As 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 spoke of Tamura, his protégé, Izuku felt a surge of indignation. He believed he was more deserving of the quirk, frustrated by Tamura's repeated failures. Izuku's mind raced with thoughts of how he could lead more effectively than Tamura, who he viewed as unworthy of such power. His emotions boiled over as he questioned why 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 would trust Tamura with such a significant legacy. An idea struck him, prompting him to ask 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 about a backup plan in case something went wrong with Tamura. To his surprise, 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 revealed that Izuku himself was the backup plan. Shocked, Izuku couldn't believe he was being considered as a candidate. 𝗟𝗏𝐻𝐸 explained that their similar ideals and Izuku's quirkless status made him a suitable choice if anything were to happen to Tamura. Izuku contemplated the implications of this arrangement, realizing that he might need to take drastic measures to ensure his own path to power. He expressed his respect for 𝐼𝐴 decision and his willingness to accept the quirk if given the chance. When 𝐼𝐴 inquired about Izuku's next move, Izuku mentioned his plan to infiltrate you. However, 𝐼𝐴 interrupted, reminding him of their previous failure. Undeterred, Izuku explained that their circumstances had changed with Toga's involvement. He detailed how he had managed to bring 𝐒𝐮𝐬 student to their location without raising alarms, ensuring that no one would come looking for her. 𝐼𝐴 was impressed by Izuku's resourcefulness and ambition. Izuku revealed his plan to use the student's BLD to gain access to 𝐒𝐮𝐬 records, which would provide valuable information about the students and their quirks. 𝐼𝐴 commended him, intrigued by Izuku's willingness to take hostages if necessary. As their conversation concluded, 𝐼𝐴 expressed his expectations for Izuku's future endeavors. Izuku assured him that he would not disappoint. Returning to the bar area, he greeted 𝐼𝐴, who was busy cleaning wine glasses, and shared his optimism about the meeting with 𝐼𝐴. Upon entering the room where 𝐂𝐴𝐽 was being held, Izuku found Toga watching over her. When asked about the BLD, Toga confirmed she was ready for the next day. Izuku coldly stated his intention to dispose of 𝐂𝐴𝐽, leaving Toga curious about his plans. By attending school tomorrow in her place, it would divert all suspicions away from him. He had one more request. He wanted her to mention his name at school, but instead of calling him Izuku, she should use Deku, the name he had shared with everyone. The boy who had won the sports festival was in that class too. He was the one who had given him that name. He wanted that boy to know he was back, even if it didn't matter much to him. He just needed to ensure the boy was aware but instructed her not to approach him. If the boy asked questions, she should act as if they had just met. Izuku grinned, acknowledging her understanding, and then turned his focus back to 𝐂𝐴𝐽. He contemplated how to make it look like a tragic accident. He grabbed a long rope from a small table in the corner of the room and returned to where 𝐂𝐴𝐽 lay unconscious. He tied the rope around her neck, creating a noose, and secured the other end to a wooden beam above. Toga untied 𝐂𝐴𝐽 from the chair, leaving her wrists bound. As Izuku pulled on the rope, 𝐂𝐴𝐽 began to stir, kicking her feet in confusion when she realized there was nothing beneath her. She struggled to reach the noose but found her wrists still tied together. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Izuku, who waved goodbye with a small grin, expressing a bittersweet farewell. As darkness enveloped her, she mentally said her goodbyes to her friends and family before losing consciousness. Izuku watched her limp form suspended in the air, letting out a laugh filled with excitement. He released the rope, and she fell to the floor. Toga, curious, asked what he planned to do next. He responded that he had changed his mind about making it look like an accident. Instead, he intended to dispose of her body in a dumpster but first wanted to keep her head. The following day, Izuku lay on his bed, arms folded behind his head, staring at a tank filled with water on his shelf. Inside was the head of his former friend. He reflected on their past. She had wanted to be friends and had feelings for him, but he knew it was all a facade. His true self was unlovable, a monster in the eyes of others. Yet, he felt no sorrow for her demise. There was no point in dwelling on it. She was gone, and he had more pressing matters at hand. He reassured himself that everything was fine and that his plan was unfolding as intended. He just needed Toga to return safely. Toga sat at 𝐂𝐴𝐽's desk, fully disguised as her. She noticed a spiky-haired boy at his desk, his feet propped up, while another boy with red hair attempted to engage him in conversation. 𝐼𝐴𝐽 approached her excitedly, asking how things had gone with Deku. Toga feigned surprise, claiming they had only talked a little before parting ways. 𝐼𝐴𝐽 expressed disappointment, suggesting she should have asked him out, but Toga insisted they hadn't known each other long enough. Denki joined them, thanking 𝗟𝗏 for inviting them out, while Bakugo, visibly agitated, demanded to know where they had heard Deku's name. Toga's heart raced as she realized the tension in the air. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 mentioned meeting Deku at the mall, describing him as a green-haired boy around their age, with a charming appearance. Bakugo's expression shifted from anger to disbelief as he processed the information. The realization that Deku, his childhood friend, might still be alive filled him with rage and regret. How could Deku enjoy life while everyone he had left behind was still suffering? Denki, oblivious to Bakugo's turmoil, asked what was bothering him. Toga seized the moment to provoke Bakugo further, reminding him of their past friendship. Bakugo's frustration grew as he demanded to know Deku's whereabouts, torn between anger and concern. Bakugo declared that he would only say this once, urging everyone to listen closely. He revealed that Deku was a nickname he had given to Izuku Midoriya, who had been missing for over 4 years. The group was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. They had been told that Izuku had distanced himself from Bakugo, but Bakugo insisted that he had truly gone missing. On the last day of junior high, Izuku had never returned home, despite a search party being organized. Bakugo questioned how they had managed to find him when the authorities had failed. Kirishima chimed in, explaining that Uraraka had met Izuku first. Toga, eager to contribute, falsely claimed that Izuku had approached her recently, complimenting her quirk. Bakugo scoffed, suggesting they should contact someone who could help. Ida proposed calling Izuku directly, believing he could provide answers. Bakugo dismissed the idea, arguing that they had no idea where he might be or if he even wanted to be found. Denki countered that they wouldn't know unless they tried, while Kirishima encouraged the call. Just then, Aizawa entered the classroom, instructing the students to take their seats. Despite their grim expressions, he chose not to inquire further, focusing instead on the lesson ahead. After class, the group reconvened to discuss Izuku, with Uraraka having left under the pretense of needing the restroom. Kaminari excitedly suggested they call him. Meanwhile, Izuku sat in a bar area, contemplating how to isolate Shigaraki. His phone buzzed in his pocket, but he ignored it. Kurojirai inquired if he would answer, while Dabi speculated that it was likely one of his new acquaintances trying to reach him. Izuku concluded that if they wanted to speak with him, they would need to find him on their own terms. He then texted Toga, asking if she had found any information. Toga, having just left a file room with documents about Class 1A, was thrilled to see Izuku's message. She quickly replied, informing him that she had gathered information about Bakugo's classmates and that Bakugo was now aware of Izuku's existence. Izuku smiled at her response, reminding her to stay safe for the rest of the day to avoid drawing attention. Back in the classroom, some students were still attempting to reach Izuku without success. Twice encouraged Izuku to answer the phone, prompting him to reluctantly pick it up. When he did, Kirishima's voice came through, revealing that everyone had been trying to contact him. Izuku explained that his phone had been on silent and asked what they wanted. Kirishima expressed curiosity about Izuku's relationship with Bakugo, prompting Izuku to share that he had distanced himself for personal reasons. He mentioned that he had been in a dark place and felt ready to confront his challenges now. Kirishima was taken aback, realizing that Izuku had run away from home. Izuku confirmed this, explaining that he had needed to escape negativity to survive. As the conversation continued, Izuku acknowledged that he was aware of Bakugo's presence on the call, which surprised everyone. He expressed that he wouldn't get his hopes up about Bakugo caring, recalling how their friendship had changed after he was deemed quirkless. Bakugo, feeling provoked, insisted that he had cared and questioned why Izuku had run away, mentioning his mother. Izuku's response was that she had given up on him, which led to a heated exchange. Bakugo's frustration grew as he realized Izuku had addressed him by his real name, a sign of their complicated history. After hanging up, Izuku smiled to himself, while the others looked at Bakugo with curiosity. Denki asked what had happened, but Bakugo, frustrated, stormed off, insisting that Izuku was just a coward unworthy of his time. Later that day, Toga returned to the base, avoiding interactions with her classmates. Izuku had been waiting for her return, while Shigaraki was out in the city. When Toga entered the room, everyone turned their attention to her, curious about what she had to say. Kurojirai asked how they could assist Izuku, setting the stage for the next chapter in their unfolding story. Izuku pondered the idea of becoming the new leader of the league, his gaze fixed on the ground. Twice, considering the prospect, remarked that he wouldn't be opposed to it. He acknowledged Izuku's intelligence and noted that he could be intimidating when necessary, unlike Tamura, who often acted like a spoiled child. Izuku then inquired if they would be willing to follow him if he took charge. The group exchanged glances before returning their attention to him. Mr. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 pointed out that Izuku hadn't led them astray so far but questioned whether their goals aligned. Izuku explained that his ambitions were complex. He sought to make one person suffer deeply while also yearning for destruction and conquest. He expressed a longing to dismantle All Might for deceiving people, including himself, and to eliminate those pro-heroes who didn't deserve the title. Most importantly, he wished to restore the world to its former state when All for One held power. He felt that the legacy of All for One should not fall into the hands of someone unworthy, fearing that such a person would misuse that power. He warned that if any of them failed, they could easily find themselves discarded and vulnerable. Mustard, a man in a gas mask, approached Izuku and pledged his support, expressing his disdain for the idea of anyone suffering due to Shigaraki's temper. Twice and Mr. 𝐼𝐻𝐬 echoed their agreement, and soon the group gathered around Izuku, expressing their enthusiasm for his leadership. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 raised a concern about trusting Izuku, to which Izuku responded with a sad smile, reminding them that he needed their support. Magna acknowledged that Izuku often had good ideas, but Shigaraki's pride interfered with progress. Izuku assured them that soon things would change, provided they helped him deal with Shigaraki. He humorously suggested a plan involving a microwave in a bath, but twice proposed a safer option of imprisonment. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 countered that imprisonment could lead to betrayal, reinforcing Izuku's original idea. Just then, Toga entered, no longer disguised, and excitedly presented the files Izuku had requested. He expressed his gratitude and excitement as he examined the contents. Twice then asked Toga how she felt about following Izuku instead of Shigaraki. Toga's face lit up with joy at the thought of Izuku as their leader, exclaiming her delight. With everyone's support solidified, Izuku declared his intention to lead them in their quest to defeat All Might and restore their world. The group raised their fists in solidarity, eager for change and ready to take action. Izuku felt a surge of determination, realizing that with their backing he could achieve his goals. He then outlined their next plan. They needed to eliminate Shigaraki. Later, Izuku wandered through the city in the early morning, observing the bustling life around him. Students headed to school, adults went to work, and elderly individuals strolled with their grandchildren. Memories of happier times with his mother flooded his mind, and he couldn't deny how much he missed those moments. He wished things had turned out differently, but the harsh reality of the world weighed heavily on him. As he walked, he contemplated how to deal with Tamura. It felt wrong to consider harming the one who had given him a second chance, yet Tamura's actions had forced his hand. He recalled how Tamura had left Ochako's fate in Kurojire's hands, thinking it amusing for her to simply vanish as he had. Suddenly he bumped into someone and quickly apologized, putting on his innocent demeanor. The person he encountered was a young man with striking half-red, half-white hair and a scar over his left eye, dressed casually. Recognizing him as Todoroki, Izuku greeted him warmly, though Todoroki sensed something was amiss in Izuku's demeanor. Todoroki admitted he had overheard a phone conversation between Izuku and Bakugo and asked for clarification. Izuku agreed to explain, grateful for Todoroki's discretion. He began to recount the reasons for the rift between him and Bakugo, explaining that they were simply incompatible. When Todoroki pressed for details, Izuku revealed the bullying he had endured, including physical confrontations and social isolation. Todoroki was taken aback by the extent of Bakugo's actions. Izuku continued, sharing how he had reached a breaking point and attempted to take his own life, which had ultimately led him to run away and find new friends. Now, he was navigating life on his own, determined to survive despite the challenges he faced. Todoroki found himself reflecting on a recent conversation about his father, pondering a rather amusing yet twisted idea. He considered how entertaining it would be if he rebelled just to outsmart his dad at his own game. It was a strange thought, but there was some truth to it. As he looked at Izuku, he noted the boy's unusual comment and felt compelled to share his own feelings. He expressed that he was rebelling in his own way by refusing to use his fire quirk, wanting to become a great hero solely through his ice abilities. Izuku countered, suggesting that simply avoiding his fire quirk wouldn't be enough to make his father take him seriously. If he truly wanted to get back at his dad, he would need to use his powers for different purposes. Todoroki considered this, recalling a conversation he had overheard between Bakugo and some classmates. He shook his head and gently took hold of Izuku's wrist, urging him to come along. He suggested that it might be nice for Bakugo or even Izuku's mother to know he was okay, reminding him that he still had a mother who cared for him, unlike his own. Izuku firmly resisted, gripping Todoroki's wrist tightly, insisting he wouldn't go. He expressed his fear of facing his mother, explaining that he felt unwanted and disconnected from her. He believed she had given up on him, and he didn't want to return to a toxic environment. Out in the world, he felt happy and had friends. He told Todoroki that if he wanted to inform his mother of his well-being, he could, but he had no intention of going back. After a moment of silence, Todoroki was taken aback by Izuku's intensity. Izuku then turned the tables and questioned Todoroki's motivations for wanting to fulfill his father's expectations. He pointed out that even if Todoroki surpassed his father, he would still be doing what his father wanted, which seemed foolish. Todoroki was struck by the truth in Izuku's words, realizing that he was merely following in his father's footsteps. Izuku continued, expressing his disdain for heroes, claiming they were often heartless and only cared about their own fame and fortune. He emphasized that heroes like Todoroki, who sought to please their fathers, were no different from the corrupted figures he despised. As Todoroki absorbed Izuku's passionate words, he felt a mix of confusion and introspection. Izuku declared his hatred for heroes, sharing how he felt judged and marginalized for being quirkless. He recounted how his peers viewed him as weak, and how even Bakugo had dismissed him as worthless upon learning of his lack of a quirk. Todoroki pondered aloud about his own path, feeling trapped in a 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 of expectations. Izuku suggested that instead of becoming a hero, Todoroki could forge his own identity. He playfully mentioned the idea of being a villain, noting that with his quirk, Todoroki had the potential to be anything he wanted. When Todoroki inquired about Izuku's mother, Izuku dismissed the topic, expressing frustration and a longing to distance himself from that part of his life. As he attempted to leave, Todoroki tightened his grip on Izuku's wrist, wanting to know where he would go next. Izuku explained that he would return to the outcasts, those who felt they didn't fit into society. Todoroki asked if he could see Izuku again, but Izuku was skeptical, fearing that Todoroki might try to convince him to return home. Todoroki reassured him that he wouldn't do that. He just needed time to think and hoped Izuku could help him with his own struggles regarding heroism. Izuku reminded Todoroki that if he truly wanted to rebel against his father, he should do something that would ruin his reputation. He encouraged Todoroki to prove that he was everything his father didn't want him to be. He shared his own experience of overcoming Bakugo's perception of him, emphasizing that if people thought he was weak, he would show them otherwise. As the conversation shifted, Izuku's frustration with the opinions of others surfaced again, and he expressed his indifference toward the judgments of his classmates. If one is unhappy, why should they remain in that place? Izuku sighed and proposed a deal. He promised to consider meeting again, but it had to be today, not tomorrow. Since Todoroki still needed to attend school, they agreed to meet after classes outside the main gates of 𝐒𝐮𝐬. Izuku instructed him to think carefully about his choices. If Todoroki wished to rebel, Izuku would assist him, otherwise he should act as if they had never met. Leaning closer, Izuku whispered a warning about keeping their encounter a secret, even from 𝗟𝗏 and her friends. He grinned slightly, knowing that 𝗟𝗏 would not be seen again. After all, he had her head, and without the body, identification would be impossible. Izuku stepped back and spoke normally, reminding Todoroki that he had school to attend. He left with a smile, pondering the potential usefulness of Todoroki. Upon returning to the bar, he found Tamura chatting with Kurojiiri, and everything seemed normal. Izuku cheerfully announced that he had made a new friend who might be interested in becoming a villain. Tamura inquired about this friend, and Izuku mentioned the rebellious son of 𝐿𝐴𝐴, the number 2 hero. Tamura expressed surprise at the idea of a Todoroki possibly joining their ranks. Izuku explained that he was allowing Todoroki to think it over while at school and planned to meet him afterward to learn his decision. Excitement filled the room as Twice reacted to the news, and Tamura agreed that having a Todoroki on their side could be beneficial, especially since he had performed well in the sports festival. Meanwhile, Todoroki sat quietly in class, distracted by thoughts of Izuku's words. He contemplated the consequences of rebelling against his father. He had always kept to himself, so he wasn't worried about his classmates, who were more concerned about 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐻's absence. Coming to terms with his desires, he resolved to take action. After school, he slipped out of the classroom unnoticed and headed toward the gates, where he spotted a figure in a black and green hoodie waving at him. With a deep breath, Todoroki approached, knowing that today would change everything. The figure removed the hoodie and smiled, asking if Todoroki had made a decision. Hesitant, Todoroki stammered that he had. Izuku encouraged him to be confident in his choice and not to let anyone else dictate his path. Just as Todoroki was about to speak, Bakugo's voice erupted nearby, filled with anger as he confronted Izuku. Izuku, unfazed, suggested they meet at a nearby park for a game of cat and mouse, instructing Todoroki to look out for his friends, who would be there. As Bakugo charged toward them, Izuku feigned fear and took off running. Bakugo confronted Todoroki, demanding to know what Izuku had said. Todoroki lied, claiming Izuku had merely greeted him, which only fueled Bakugo's rage. As Bakugo pursued Izuku, Todoroki made his way to the park, hoping to meet the green-eyed boy as planned. Izuku, meanwhile, ran through a crowded area, enjoying the chase. He taunted Bakugo, pretending not to know who Deku was, and when Bakugo followed him into an alley, Izuku had vanished. Bakugo, frustrated, called out for him to show himself, insisting he only wanted to talk. Izuku's laugh echoed eerily, unsettling Bakugo. The sound was different, almost sinister, and Bakugo struggled to reconcile it with the weak hero fanatic he thought he knew. Izuku's calm voice, deeper than before, challenged Bakugo, questioning his fear of someone he had always deemed weak. The atmosphere shifted, leaving Bakugo questioning everything he thought he knew about Deku. Not the Deku he knew. Who was this? Bakugo felt a pang of heartbreak as he recognized his childhood friend, Izuku, standing at the entrance of the alley. Izuku turned away, saying he wasn't ready to talk yet but would meet again. As he walked off with a small wave, Bakugo rushed to catch him, but by the time he emerged from the alley, Izuku had vanished. Frustrated, he dropped to his knees and struck the ground in anger, lamenting how close he had been to reaching Izuku again. He vowed to bring Deku back home, shouting into the air and drawing curious glances from passers-by. Meanwhile, Todoroki sat in the park when a girl approached him, matching Izuku's description. She introduced herself as Toga and excitedly asked if he had shared his decision with Izuku. After a moment of processing, Todoroki explained that he hadn't been able to give his answer due to an interruption from classmates. Toga revealed that Izuku had anticipated this and had them on standby. Just then, Izuku arrived with a bright grin, apologizing for his earlier departure and asking Todoroki if he was ready to join them. Shoto smiled slightly, affirming his longing to join. Izuku welcomed him aboard and, after a brief handshake, called for Kurogiri to take them away. In an instant, they found themselves in a dark, cold warehouse where Twice and Mr. Compress awaited them. Twice greeted them with enthusiasm, prompting Izuku to chuckle and explain that he had run into a friend while trying to talk to Todoroki. Leaning against the wall with a wide grin, Izuku felt pleased that Todoroki had decided to join, though he remained cautious about trusting him completely. He wondered why the son of the #2 hero, 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐿, would choose to rebel and join a villain group. Observing Shoto closely, Izuku walked over and gently touched his cheek, inquiring about the scar he bore. Shoto hesitated before revealing that his mother had harmed him because his left side reminded her of his father. Izuku listened with a frown, his eyes devoid of emotion as he expressed sympathy. He questioned whether 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐻𝐿 was truly as bad as Shoto described, probing for more details. Shoto explained that his father had driven his mother to a mental hospital and only cared about using him to become #1, aiming to surpass all might. Izuku feigned concern, taking his hand away and asking if he could pose a question. Izuku clarified that his name was not Deku but Izuku, revealing that he was indeed the boy who had gone missing 4 years ago. Todoroki, intrigued, asked his question, but Izuku interrupted, saying he would answer soon. Instead, he requested a promise from Todoroki to assist him with a task, framing it as his last heroic act. Shoto wondered if this was some sort of initiation test, to which Izuku replied that it was more like a mission to prove his commitment. He explained that he needed Shoto's help to confront the leader of the League of Villains, Shigaraki Tamura. Todoroki's eyes widened as he recalled Tamura from the attack on you. He was surprised to learn that Izuku wanted him to face this challenge alone, but Izuku reassured him that he would not be alone. He just needed Shoto to help hold Tamura still. Toga laughed at Izuku's playful comparison of Tamura to a cheap imitation of a well-known villain. Todoroki chuckled lightly, agreeing to help. Izuku's excitement grew as he encouraged Shoto to ask his question. Todoroki wondered why Izuku had chosen to become a villain, noting that he didn't seem like one. Izuku smiled, stepping away from the wall and approaching Shoto. He explained that his motivations stemmed from a sense of spite. Heroes pursued fame and fortune, while he had wanted to be a true hero who cared for others. He had been told he couldn't be a hero simply because he was quirkless, and he resented All Might for distorting public perception. Despite this, Izuku clarified that his primary goal wasn't All Might, but rather that his friends sought to confront him for their own reasons. If someone wanted to join because of their resentment towards their father, Izuku would have no issue with that. As the soon-to-be new leader of the League of Villains, he was ready to assist in their quest. Society viewed villains and heroes as mere entertainment, so they might as well put on a good show. It would be exhilarating to witness the expressions on everyone's faces when their beloved heroes fell. Izuku had a specific request. He wanted Todoroki to take down his father and help with defeating All Might. Todoroki, unsure, asked if that was really the plan. Izuku encouraged him to use his left side, sensing the hesitation in the boy's expression. He placed his hands on Todoroki's shoulders, smiling as he continued. He wanted Todoroki to embrace his quirk, reminding him that his fire ability was his own, free from his father's oppressive expectations. By joining their cause, Todoroki could finally prove to his father that he was no longer under his control and could pursue his own desires. Todoroki looked at Izuku, astonished by the revelation that his quirk truly belonged to him. Izuku reassured him that he had the power to use it as he wished, free from his father's influence. Todoroki expressed his gratitude, acknowledging how much he needed to hear those words. However, Izuku reminded him that they still had to deal with Tamura before they could truly be free. He had grand plans but needed to eliminate Tamura first, who was too stubborn to listen to him. Todoroki suggested that if things went awry, they could consider a backup plan. Izuku explained that he wanted Tamura to witness something appealing before his downfall, as a personal thank you for how far he had come. They would stir up some trouble in town to achieve this. Toga was intrigued by Izuku's plan to release some Nomu in the city, which would surely cause chaos among the heroes. This would also help them gauge the usefulness of the Nomu for future endeavors. Izuku reminded Todoroki that he should still attend school to avoid raising suspicion, especially from Katsuki Bakugo, who would likely be concerned about his sudden disappearance. He clarified that he referred to Bakugo as Kaken, a nickname from their childhood. Todoroki was puzzled by why Izuku still used a name that seemed derogatory. Izuku explained that he found it amusing to tease Bakugo, turning it into a personal game. He shared a story from their junior high days when Bakugo had told him to jump off a rooftop, thinking he was foolish for taking notes on quirks. The day after, Izuku had gone missing, leading Bakugo to worry about him. Izuku clarified that he willingly left, feeling overwhelmed by the bullying he faced for having dreams. Todoroki expressed sympathy, but Izuku brushed it off, noting that his notes had proven useful. He mentioned that Bakugo had shown concern for him, but Izuku doubted it was genuine worry, suspecting more shock and anger instead. He planned to continue teasing Bakugo for fun. Turning to Kurojirai, Izuku noticed his silence and questioned if anything was bothering him. Kurojirai assured him that everything was fine, but Izuku felt it was better to hear answers directly from All for One. He concluded that their meeting was over, instructing Todoroki to continue his normal routine while keeping their activities secret. Todoroki nodded and left the warehouse. Once Todoroki was gone, Mr. Compress questioned whether they could trust him. Izuku was confident that Todoroki was too invested in their cause to back out now. If he were to betray them, he would meet the same fate as his rosy-cheeked classmate. 2 days after his conversation with Todoroki, Izuku found himself in the basement of the villain base, standing before All for One with his arms folded behind his back. As he approached the older man, he asked if he could inquire about something. All for One responded with curiosity, asking what was on his mind. Izuku wanted to know what exactly occurred when someone was given multiple quirks, and if that was the purpose of the Nomu. All for One confirmed that the Nomu were indeed human test subjects designed to possess multiple quirks. He explained that these beings became powerful and mindless, making them easier to control. Izuku smiled as he gazed at the tanks filled with developing Nomu and asked if he could borrow them for the night. Intrigued, All for One asked what Izuku had planned. He suggested it would be amusing to stir up some trouble for the heroes and create tension between them and the citizens. Suddenly, 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 appeared behind them, suggesting that Izuku might be plotting against one of them. Izuku's eyes widened, but he was not surprised by 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸's betrayal. He had sensed something was off about him. Izuku insisted he had no reason to plot against anyone, claiming that it was because of the group that he had found a new purpose in life. 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸, however, accused him of wanting to eliminate Tamura for personal gain. Izuku placed a hand on his chest, feigning offense, and declared that Tamura was like an older brother to him. He recounted how, without Tamura, he might have taken drastic actions against himself. Despite having a dark side, he could never bring himself to harm Tamura. 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 pressed on, claiming that Izuku was lying and seeking to remove Tamura from the picture. Izuku retorted that he had no motive to do so and emphasized that he was quirkless and powerless against Tamura. He pointed out that if he had truly turned the league against Tamura, they would not be calmly conversing upstairs. 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 called Izuku insane, to which Izuku responded by questioning 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸's own state of mind. He acknowledged his sociopathic tendencies but maintained that he still had morals and limits. He would never hurt Tamura and had no longing to take over his position. Instead, he preferred to live independently and seek revenge in his own way, expressing his fondness for the family he had found among them. All for One intervened, urging them to calm down. Izuku looked down sadly, feeling betrayed by someone he considered a friend. All for One motioned for him to approach, placing his hands on Izuku's shoulders and reminding him that not everything was fair in their world, where even close friends could turn against one another. Izuku admitted that he had not expected such betrayal from someone he held dear, expressing that he had anticipated it more from 𝐿𝐷𝐵. All for One instructed 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 to remain in the basement while allowing Izuku to return upstairs, granting him permission to use 3 Nomu for the time being. Izuku smiled with gratitude and quickly made his way back up the stairs, though a frown creased his face. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 noticed and asked why he looked upset, while Toga inquired if All for One had been against their use of the Nomu. Izuku instructed them to follow him outside, sensing the need for privacy. Toga and 𝐿𝐷𝐵 exchanged glances before complying. Outside, Toga apologized, unsure of what had caused Izuku's distress, while he shook his head, revealing he was not angry with them. He explained that he needed to discuss something without the risk of being overheard. Izuku shared his concern about 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸's loyalty to Tamura, revealing that 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 had already attempted to inform All for One about him. Toga lamented the betrayal, expressing disappointment that it was 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 who had always been kind. Despite the setback, Toga reminded him that the rest of the gang was still with him and that they had recently added a new member who could potentially fill 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸's role. Izuku acknowledged the usefulness of 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸's warp gate quirk but lamented that he could not replicate it. He concluded that they should return inside before Tamura grew suspicious. Izuku raised an eyebrow at 𝐿𝐷𝐵's sigh. 𝐿𝐷𝐵 remarked that things could never be easy. Izuku agreed and led the way back into the bar, with 𝐿𝐷𝐵 and Toga closely following. Upon entering, Izuku smiled and embraced Tamura, expressing his excitement about releasing the Nomu that night. He envisioned the heroes being preoccupied, providing a thrilling spectacle for the citizens as they witnessed the clash between heroes and villains. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Izuku turned to see Magna, who commented on his apparent pent-up aggression. Izuku acknowledged it, admitting to a general disdain for many things in life. When Twice inquired if there was anything he liked, Izuku pondered for a moment, listing off simple pleasures such as food, water, and his friends, along with a peculiar fondness for lavender-scented soap and his comfortable suit. He even mentioned the look of fear on people's faces, which elicited a comment from 𝗏𝐽 about the sadness of his outlook. Izuku candidly shared his fears with Tamura, expressing his dread of dying and his concerns about 𝗟𝐼𝐬𝐽's intentions. He felt a sense of urgency to communicate his loyalty and the bond he shared with Tamura, whom he viewed as an older brother. He pleaded for Tamura to understand that he would never betray him, emphasizing the significance of their relationship. Tamura, initially silent, eventually reassured Izuku, prompting him to relax. Izuku, overwhelmed with emotions, felt hurt by the lack of response and decided to retreat to his room, wiping away the tears that had fallen. He was not truly distressed, he simply wanted Tamura to hear his side before 𝗟𝗏 could intervene. After a few moments of waiting, Izuku heard a knock at the door, which brought a grin to his face. He called for the visitor to enter, and Tamura stepped inside. Izuku confirmed it was indeed his older brother, who had come to see him. Tamura began to explain that he hadn't finished his thoughts before Izuku left. Izuku questioned what more there was to discuss, and Tamura revealed his belief in Izuku's loyalty, expressing disappointment in 𝗟𝗏's betrayal. This revelation brought a smile to Izuku's face, as he felt reassured by Tamura's trust. They then contemplated their next steps regarding 𝗟𝗏, suspecting he might be collaborating with the heroes to sow discord among them. Izuku proposed a plan to capture Shoto, the second-place winner of the 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸 sports festival, during their chaotic operation that night. He reasoned that such an event would create turmoil and raise doubts about the heroes' effectiveness in protecting the citizens, especially the students of 𝐒𝐮𝐦. Tamura questioned whether Shoto was one of their own, to which Izuku confirmed, highlighting the ease of executing the plan. Tamura found merit in Izuku's idea and proposed a deal. They would feign ignorance about the issue with 𝗟𝗏 long enough to carry out the capture. If successful, Izuku would be promoted to second in command, and they would deal with 𝗟𝗏 afterward. Just then, Twice called for Izuku, prompting him to leave his room, accepting Tamura's offer with determination. Tamura felt a sense of purpose as they returned to the bar area. Izuku, curious, took a seat on one of the bar stools and noticed 𝗏𝐽 pointing at the television. The news reporter was discussing a missing child, displaying a picture of the child alongside one of 𝗟𝗏. Izuku couldn't help but laugh, realizing that news of his survival would inevitably spread, prompting the police to search for him once more. Toga, with a hint of concern in her voice, asked if Izuku was worried. He dismissed her concern, finding the situation amusing. He believed 𝗏𝐿 would never keep quiet, and the thought of it was both thrilling and entertaining. He eagerly anticipated the chance to confront 𝗏𝐿 and had plans to kidnap Todoroki that day, unaware of the impending infiltration of 𝐒𝐮𝐦. Twice, confused, pointed out that Todoroki worked with them. Izuku explained that stirring up trouble at 𝐒𝐮𝐦 would be beneficial, especially since they planned to release Nomu into the city that night. The chaos would surely create a stir, especially with two 𝐒𝐮𝐦 students missing, which would reflect poorly on the heroes, particularly All Might. Toga, smiling, asked if Izuku would join them. He questioned his usefulness, but she suggested that his intelligence could guide their actions. Mr. Compress approached and placed a loaded pistol on the counter, confirming that Izuku knew how to handle it. He assured them that he was prepared for the mission. 𝗏𝐽 proposed a more mischievous approach, suggesting they break into Todoroki's house and leave a message. Izuku, unimpressed, thought it lacked excitement. Twice chimed in with the idea of pretending to kidnap Izuku as well, given the police were already searching for him. Izuku found the suggestion amusing and agreed, noting that Class 1A would be at the 𝐒𝐮𝐦 that day. He recalled the mistakes from the previous 𝐒𝐮𝐦 incident and suggested using two Nomu, particularly one named Tsubasa, who could absorb and reflect emitter quirks. This would be advantageous if All Might intervened. Shigaraki inquired about Tsubasa, and Izuku explained that Tsubasa was a childhood friend of Kaken who had bullied him. He found the idea of Tsubasa facing Kaken amusing, especially if things went awry. The group agreed with excitement, eager to set their plan in motion. Meanwhile, it was clear to everyone in Class 1A that Katsuki was frustrated. He sat at his desk, lost in thought about his childhood best friend. He had finally seen Izuku again but felt he had missed the chance to bring him back. Confusion and anger swirled within him as he pondered Izuku's cryptic words about their future meeting. Doubts crept in. Had the villains changed him? Yet he couldn't reconcile that with Izuku's friendships with their classmates. Katsuki's attention shifted to Todoroki, who had seemed off since his conversation with Izuku. He wanted to confront Todoroki during their training at the 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐩𝐸. As everyone moved to the locker rooms to change into their hero uniforms, Bakugo's frustration grew when Todoroki's phone rang. He urged Todoroki to silence it, catching the boy off guard. Todoroki checked his phone, his expression shifting from surprise to his usual stoic demeanor as he responded to the message. The moment the phone emerged from my pocket and the screen illuminated, Izuku's name caught my attention. It puzzled me why he would text while I was at school. Unlocking my phone, I felt a rush of concern as I read his message. Izuku informed me that an attack on the 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐸 was imminent and that he would be used as bait. He warned me about 𝐂𝐼𝐳𝐼's betrayal, expressing his fear that 𝐂𝐼𝐳𝐼 might actually try to harm him. This revelation left me in a state of confusion. What about Shigaraki? Did he still trust 𝐂𝐼𝐳𝐼? Should I change my focus? Instead of spiraling into questions, I decided to respond. I inquired whether Shigaraki was still my target and what my role should be. Shortly after, we were called to board the shuttle bus heading to the 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐸. As I walked, a familiar anxiety crept up my spine, not from the impending attack, but from feeling out of the loop. A lot had transpired within the league over the past 2 days, and now I understood why Izuku hadn't reached out to me. Once seated in the shuttle, I awaited his reply. When it arrived, I sighed in relief, ensuring my phone was set to vibrate this time. The messages came in a series. Izuku instructed me to forget about Tamura for the moment, promising to explain everything later. He assured me that I would be accompanying them, while he pretended to be a hostage. He advised me to heed my teacher's guidance but ultimately let myself be captured alongside him. He warned me to keep a close watch on 𝐂𝐼𝐳𝐼, confident that 𝐂𝐼𝐳𝐼 would attempt to harm him, as he had been trying to do since the morning. Izuku mentioned that they would create an escape route by blowing a hole in the back of the 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐸 building, just in case 𝐂𝐼𝐳𝐼 tried anything. I asked what would happen if 𝐂𝐼𝐳𝐼 did attack. Izuku then asked if 13 was with me. I confirmed this and questioned how he knew 13. He joked about being recognized on TV and shared his struggles with food and sleep, revealing he often felt invisible and unimportant. He mentioned that he had a TV, which helped him learn about 13. Curiosity got the better of me, and I asked if he ever slept. He responded that sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't, and that he often lay awake contemplating his existence. I expressed my longing to take him somewhere nice after everything settled down, hoping to celebrate his new role as leader. Izuku appreciated the thought but doubted he would be able to eat much. Despite only knowing each other for a few days, I found it surprising how easily we could converse. It felt as if I had someone I could call a friend. I hesitated but decided to ask if he considered us friends. His swift rejection caught me off guard, yet I reminded myself that he was a villain and our acquaintance was still fresh. Izuku clarified that if friendship was what I sought, he would accept it as long as I helped him in return. We reached an agreement, and soon the bus came to a stop. It had been 3 years since the first incident at this location, and I felt uneasy knowing villains were about to attack again without being able to warn anyone. Adjusting to my new role as a villain would take time. Izuku seemed to have established good rapport with the other students, making his role as bait easier. As we entered the building, 13 and Aizawa outlined our training expectations. I wished I could practice my fire quirk instead of being taken today. In the central plaza, excitement filled the air as Aizawa began assigning training zones. Suddenly, a black fog began to form in the center of the room. Panic surged through us as Mineta shouted a warning about the villains. 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸's voice cut through the tension, polite yet unsettling as he addressed us. Everything felt eerily familiar as Shigaraki emerged from the fog, flanked by his thugs. The Nomu appeared different this time, but I couldn't tell if its quirk had changed. Katsuki's voice broke through the chaos, demanding to know what was happening. Our attention shifted to Shigaraki, where Izuku was being held by two thugs, his hands bound and eyes filled with sorrow, almost on the verge of tears. His acting was impressively convincing. Katsuki's eyes widened at the sight, recognizing the familiar nickname that had been uttered. As I stepped closer, I wished I hadn't. It was Deku, the one I believed had been lost to us for 4 long years. He had changed so much. Now that I could see him clearly, I noticed his right ear was pierced, the tips of his hair were dyed red, and he wore a torn black t-shirt and ripped black jeans. His hands were bound behind his back, and he looked at me with a mixture of pain and sadness, a look I recognized all too well. My classmates murmured in disbelief, expressing their shock at seeing Midoriya. It was obvious to us all. The dark figure spoke, tauntingly remarking that this was the same boy who had been missing for 4 years, now broken and awaiting his fate. What did he mean by awaiting his fate? I felt a surge of anger. Deku was not the type to give up. He was the one who always got back up, no matter how many times I pushed him down. I couldn't accept that this was the same Deku I knew. I stared at him, searching for a sign of the friend I once knew. His eyes widened, but then he looked down, defeated. He whispered that he couldn't keep fighting anymore, that it had been 4 years, and he was ready to give up. I needed to find a way to get the thugs away from him. If I tried to blast them, I might hurt Deku, but he should be used to my explosions by now. Aizawa, our teacher, warned me not to engage. He suspected they were after me since they had seen me win the sports festival. I didn't care. Deku was right in front of me. I had already let him slip away once. I wouldn't let that happen again. Deku's voice reached me, pleading for me not to fight them. I dismissed his concern angrily, refusing to listen. In the midst of the chaos, I felt a flicker of warmth at the thought that he still called me Deku. It was endearing and I couldn't help but feel a rush of affection. But I quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Twice, one of the villains questioned if I was really friends with Midoriya. I sighed and confirmed it, feeling a mix of pride and worry. The villains revealed their intentions. They wanted to trade Deku for Todoroki Shoto. I felt a surge of dread. 𝐼𝐻𝐴 hesitated, unsure of the situation. The villain insisted that we either give them Todoroki or face dire consequences. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. I couldn't let them hurt Deku. Suddenly, I was pulled closer to the group, and I realized something alarming. My body was separated. I was terrified. The villain threatened Deku's life, and I felt my heart race. I glared at 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸, who seemed to take pleasure in my fear. I looked at Todoroki, hoping he understood the urgency of the situation. Todoroki dashed toward me, followed by 𝐾𝐿. I was confused. Why was 𝐾𝐿 running to help? 13 shouted a warning, but they didn't heed it. I wondered if breaking the metal brace would weaken 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸. I urged them to aim for the metal plates, hoping it would work. 𝐾𝐿 managed to grab 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸's metal plate and pinned him down, causing him to release me. I quickly ran to Kirishima, who assured me I was safe now. I thanked him, feeling guilty about the chaos. 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 looked at me with a smirk, commenting on my cleverness. I felt a surge of defiance rise within me. He taunted me about my lack of a quirk, and I snapped back, reminding him that I wasn't the one pinned down. 𝐾𝐿 stared at me in surprise. He had never seen me so angry before. 13 held 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 at bay, preparing to use his quirk against him. Unfortunately, the plan would only succeed if the metal plates were absent. It seemed that fire and explosions were insufficient. Ishido rushed over to 13, suggesting that if they melted the brace, it would make it easier to use his quirk on the villain. 13 acknowledged the idea, considering it clever. Kirishima, curious, inquired about the conversation, but Ishido quickly dismissed it, apologizing for the confusion. 13 then shouted for Todoroki to take the boy to safety while the villain was distracted. Todoroki glanced down at the boy, who met his gaze from the corner of his eye. He proposed they hide in the ruins zone, and the boy nodded, allowing Todoroki to lead the way. As they entered the ruins, the boy slowed his pace and let out a laugh he had been holding back. He explained that their goal was to make the heroes appear incapable of protecting the innocent, using him as bait to demonstrate their failure. A few thugs soon surrounded them, and Todoroki took a defensive stance until the boy raised a hand to calm him. He assured Todoroki that the thugs were there to 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐷 them out and suggested they either pretend he was unconscious or act as if he were in distress. However, he also mentioned that they could sneak away since they had only 5 minutes before the heroes arrived. Todoroki agreed that sneaking out was the best option. The boy then playfully asked Todoroki a question, which led to a series of inquiries about the possibility of taking one of his classmates. Todoroki was confused by the idea of needing another hostage when he was already being taken. The boy explained that he couldn't harm Todoroki, as they were friends, and he wanted to choose someone else. As the conversation continued, the boy suggested various classmates, dismissing Mineta as an option due to his size and perceived lack of value. He then proposed Iida as a target, which visibly unsettled Todoroki. The boy insisted that if Todoroki wanted to embrace his new role as a villain, he needed to abandon his hero mentality. He urged Todoroki to let go of his school friends, claiming they would only hold him back from seizing opportunities. After convincing Todoroki, they made their way outside the 𝐒𝐮𝐩𝐸. The boy lamented that they now had to walk back to their base, but Todoroki reassured him that it wasn't so bad. As they reached the main street, the boy pointed out a villain attacking citizens, prompting Todoroki to suggest helping. The boy, however, chose to climb up a wall of steel pipes to the roof of a building, with Todoroki following him. Once on the roof, Todoroki asked if the boy had ever had hope before becoming a villain. The boy chuckled, affirming that he had more hope than anyone could imagine. Once, I was such a bright and cheerful child, a huge fan of All Might. I watched all his movies and collected his merchandise. Even as a kid, my mother would pretend to be in danger, and I would don my All Might hoodie to save her. Those memories brought a smile to my face. Life was so simple back then. There was a question about my mother, and I reflected on it. I would be dishonest if I said I didn't miss her, but she had betrayed me when I needed her support the most. Without me, she seemed dull and lifeless, which was truly sad. It was strange how much could be accomplished using my intellect as a villain, yet I felt unable to be a hero. Many quirkless individuals could perform heroic acts without a quirk. I often wondered why I felt so different, why I felt useless. I sighed, accepting my situation. I had found a place where I could be useful, have fun, and make friends who wouldn't mistreat me like 𝐾𝐿 did. Well, except for 𝐿𝐷𝐵. In my early years of being labeled as missing, 𝐿𝐷𝐵 and I had many confrontations, often resulting in me throwing things at him. When asked if Bakugo was the reason for my current state, I admitted that he was a significant factor. His actions had set everything in motion. Shigaraki had given me a new chance at life, but it was unfortunate that he was now an obstacle. However, 𝐾𝐿 wasn't the only reason for my transformation. It was like a domino effect. His bullying led my classmates to bully me, which in turn caused the school to turn against me. I had fallen into a deep depression, and when he told me to end my life, I responded with sarcasm. The next day, I was beaten up at school, and that's when Shigaraki found me and offered me a place in his world. I had been ready to jump off a building anyway, so I accepted. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, and I hesitated before answering. It was Jean, and I knew I shouldn't have picked up. He delivered bad news about Kurohige escaping with Shigaraki. I had anticipated this outcome, but it still disappointed me. I instructed Jean to leave the 𝐒𝐮𝐲 and bring a specific blue-haired kid with glasses. After hanging up, I felt frustrated that nothing seemed to go right. Todoroki suggested we grab something to eat to calm my nerves. I reluctantly agreed, and he took me to a nearby cafe. I waved dismissively at his inquiry about my order and found us a table. There was something about Todoroki that puzzled me. As he sat down, I intertwined my fingers and decided to ask him something. I wanted to know why he was still sticking by me after only a few days. I felt I had done enough to push him away, Yet he remained. Todoroki admitted he wasn't sure why he stayed, mentioning curiosity and how my words about him and his father resonated with him. He found it hard to reconcile my villainous identity with the innocent impression I gave. He expressed a longing to understand how I had reached this point and what had happened between Bakugo and me. I nodded slowly, acknowledging his curiosity but also my reluctance to share my past. I explained that I wasn't ready to delve into those details yet, but perhaps if he showed his commitment to me, I might open up. I warned him that once he chose this path, there would be no turning back. To my surprise, Todoroki insisted on staying, expressing his determination to meet my expectations. I cautioned him not to make me his sole purpose, encouraging him to think of his own needs and desires. He nodded, understanding the weight of my words. I explained how I functioned as a villain, focusing on myself day by day, though I acknowledged that I might need to adapt now that I would be looking after the league. I emphasized that if he chose to stay with us, there would be no going back. I leaned closer, lowering my voice to underscore the seriousness of my statement. To ensure that Todoroki wouldn't backtrack, the protagonist proposed a daunting task. Todoroki's eyes widened, and he lowered his gaze to the table, contemplating the weight of the request. The protagonist smirked, eager to gauge his resolve, and asked if he still wished to remain involved. After a moment of hesitation, Todoroki nodded and stood up, announcing that their orders were ready before heading to the counter. The protagonist leaned back in their seat, sighing, still processing the implications of Todoroki's agreement. As Todoroki sipped his tea and ate, the protagonist's mind raced with thoughts of how to report back to 𝐼𝐼. They considered fabricating a story about Kuroji's kidnapping or perhaps claiming that the heroes had overpowered them. The pressure of the situation weighed heavily, especially with Shigaraki's disappearance looming over them. The protagonist needed to identify a target for Todoroki, and the stress was palpable. Todoroki's voice broke through the protagonist's thoughts, asking why they weren't eating. The protagonist glanced at their plate, feeling a wave of discomfort. They knew that eating would likely lead to a painful stomach ache or worse. Todoroki expressed disappointment at the lack of food on the protagonist's plate, prompting a reluctant admission about their struggles with eating. The protagonist explained that their body was unaccustomed to large meals due to past experiences. Todoroki suggested that if the protagonist ate properly, their stomach would adjust. The protagonist, skeptical, questioned whether eating now would really make a difference. After some back and forth, they reluctantly agreed to take a bite, but only a few. Todoroki encouraged them to eat more, but the protagonist resisted, insisting they couldn't. Frustration mounted as they declared their independence from needing to be fixed. Just then, a notification on the protagonist's phone caught their attention. A message from 𝐼𝐼 revealed that Ida was being held at the base, sparking a glimmer of excitement. The protagonist felt a surge of determination and announced it was time to leave, hinting at their plans with a playful tone before heading out of the cafe. Todoroki quickly caught up and cleared his throat, signaling his presence. They arrived at the train station and waited in silence for about an hour until they reached the base. After changing clothes, the protagonist took a moment to mentally assess their losses and remaining allies. They noted the absence of a few thugs, Kuroji, and Shigaraki. Suddenly, Todoroki's voice interrupted the protagonist's thoughts, asking if they considered themselves a villain. The protagonist pondered the question, ultimately deciding that villain felt like an inaccurate label. They preferred to see themselves as a vigilante, willing to take risks and make tough choices. However, when Todoroki pressed about the drastic measures involving his friend, the protagonist felt a pang of disappointment. They reassured Todoroki of their friendship, urging him to support their choices. Todoroki's tension was evident as he gripped his knees, but the protagonist continued, emphasizing the importance of mutual support. They even offered to help with his father, 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐿, which caught Todoroki's attention. The protagonist's grin widened at the reaction, but Todoroki clarified that he simply wanted to break free from his father's influence, not eliminate him. The protagonist acknowledged Todoroki's feelings, relating it to their own situation with 𝐾𝐿. They pointed out the irony that while the League of Villains aimed for smaller disruptions, the heroes often caused greater destruction. The protagonist reflected. on their own actions over the years, revealing a complicated relationship with the idea of taking lives. Todoroki's confusion surfaced when he questioned the protagonist's motives regarding 𝐾𝐿, prompting a moment of reflection on their true intentions. The thought of harming 𝐾𝐿 was unfathomable to Izuku. He could never do such a thing, at least not alone. He reassured himself that his intentions were not to cause suffering, but deep down, he yearned for 𝐾𝐿 to experience the pain he had inflicted on him. He wanted to see him feel powerless, to feel worthless. 𝐾𝐿 didn't deserve to be a hero or to find happiness. For most of his life, Izuku had followed 𝐾𝐿, cheering him on and wishing for his success, only to be abandoned and left to struggle alone. How could someone like that ever be worthy of the title of hero? The truth was, he wasn't, and Izuku vowed he wouldn't become one as long as he was alive. His thoughts were interrupted when Todoroki grasped his wrist firmly. Izuku looked up to see a serious expression on his friend's face. Confusion washed over him. Had he spoken aloud? As Todoroki raised his hand, Izuku noticed his own fist was clenched tightly, blood trickling from it. A laugh escaped him, a sound that echoed with a mix of pain and amusement. He doubled over, laughter bubbling up as a sharp ache began in his stomach. He couldn't help but find humor in the situation, realizing how anger had led him to hurt himself. It was almost comical to him, a reflection of how far he had fallen from the innocent child he once was, or perhaps it was a sign that he was just beginning to embrace his darker side. Todoroki released his grip, still looking puzzled. Izuku stood silently for a moment, staring at the ground, his grin unwavering. Perhaps Todoroki thought he had truly lost his mind. He apologized for the scene, explaining the chaos of his thoughts, the frustration of being quirkless while the former leader was missing. He expressed his anger at the situation, but then shifted to a more optimistic tone, suggesting that he could still find a way to channel his frustrations. An idea sparked in his mind, and he turned to Todoroki with excitement, urging him to stay put as he dashed down the empty hallway. He stopped in front of a specific room, quietly opening the door to find Iida bound to a chair. This was the same room where he had confronted a girl who had once annoyed him with her cheerful words. He recalled her encouraging him to be anything he wanted, a notion that felt distant now. Yet, he reassured himself that he was living his best life, regardless of the circumstances. As Izuku approached Iida, the class representative spoke up, challenging him to do his worst, insisting he wouldn't betray his classmates. Izuku smirked at the defiance in Iida's voice, noting his attire, black jeans and a red-collared shirt, his nails painted black, and his hair tipped in red. Iida's surprise at seeing him was evident, and he expressed relief that Izuku was unharmed. Izuku countered with concern for Iida, who was the one tied up. He reassured Iida that Todoroki was fine, but when Iida urged him to untie him so they could escape, Izuku revealed a different plan. He explained that none of them would be leaving, and Iida's shock was palpable. Izuku dismissed Iida's faith in the heroes, recalling their failures to protect him and others. He painted a bleak picture of their incompetence, questioning how they could save them now. Iida insisted they would come for them, but Izuku's laughter was laced with bitterness as he declared that it was too late for him. He had chosen a path that was far from heroic, one that would likely be deemed extreme. When Iida questioned what had happened to him, Izuku pondered the idea of mind control, pulling out a small black book to reference quirks. He mentioned a student with a mind control ability, contemplating the potential of having such a person in their group. Iida then asked about Ochako, and Izuku circled around him, a smile creeping onto his face as he recalled the girl's name, pondering the implications of her fate. Instead of merely explaining, Izuku decided to present a gift. He quickly exited the room and called for Todoroki to join him. When the half-cold, half-hot boy arrived in the hallway, Izuku gestured for him to follow. They returned to Izuku's dim room, where he retrieved a medium-sized glass tank draped with a red blanket. He expressed his longing for Shoto to see it as well, prompting Shoto to nod and accompany him to the room where Iida was being held. Upon entering, Iida's face lit up with relief as he exclaimed that Todoroki was okay. Shoto confirmed this with a slight smile, though it faded when he noticed Izuku's annoyance. The green-haired boy pondered how a friend's presence could provide comfort in such a dire situation. Clearing his throat, Izuku forced a smile and announced that he was ready to present his gift, which he claimed was for both of them, hence Shoto's presence. He placed the glass tank on a table across from Ida and, with a smirk, pulled off the blanket, revealing its contents. Both boys were taken aback, their expressions shifting to shock and disgust. Ida felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if he might be sick. He demanded to know who had committed such an act, which only elicited a giggle from Izuku. Shoto, confused, asked if Izuku had been the one responsible. Izuku confirmed this with a playful tone, detailing how he had tied a rope to a beam above Ida and pulled until he heard a faint sound. He then expressed a moment of guilt, pondering why he shouldn't keep the girl with him. Ida, horrified, questioned how Izuku could do such a thing and what his intentions were. Izuku, with a hint of mockery, suggested that revealing his plans would be foolish, urging Ida to remain silent so he could continue. Noticing tears streaming down Ida's face, Izuku approached him, unfazed by Ida's tense demeanor. He feigned surprise at Ida's tears, suggesting that the girl had meant a lot to him, insisting there was no need for sorrow since she was still present. Ida accused Izuku of being sick, to which Izuku simply replied, "Maybe." Ida insisted that the girl had loved him, recounting how she had spoken fondly of Izuku, excited to befriend him due to his kindness and humor. As Ida continued, Izuku remained silent, while Shoto stood apart, feeling trapped in the situation. After a tense pause, Izuku suddenly burst into laughter, declaring that the girl had not truly loved him but had fallen for a lie he had spun from their first meeting. He described her affection as naive, leading her to a tragic end, but he argued that she was not solely to blame. He turned the accusation back on Ida, reminding him of his responsibilities as class representative and how he had failed to protect her. He suggested that Ida should feel ashamed for his carelessness, framing her death as a lesson about the harsh realities of the world. Izuku then revealed that he had brought Ida there to fulfill the girl's final wish. He claimed she had begged for someone to save her, expressing frustration that no one had come for her. He intended to seek revenge on behalf of the girl, particularly targeting Ida for not being there when she needed help. He ominously suggested that a hero who could not save anyone, including himself, was unworthy of their abilities. As he examined Ida's legs, Izuku noted the engines embedded in his calves. He teased Ida about what he might do next, pushing a knife toward the jets. Ida gasped, determined not to give Izuku the satisfaction of hearing him scream in pain. Izuku continued to toy with the knife, expressing his longing to hear Ida's reactions. Desperate, Ida pleaded for Izuku to do whatever he wanted to him but to spare his classmates. Izuku coldly rejected the request, stating he had no issues with Ida's classmates, except for one. He warned that anyone who interfered would face consequences. Ida, furious, demanded to know why Izuku had targeted Ochako, expressing concern for what had happened to him. He implored Izuku to snap out of whatever darkness had consumed him, his anger fueled by the memory of Ochako's sweet and innocent nature. Even though he understood that the brunette had cared for the troubled boy standing before him, he felt more frustration toward himself. He hadn't been able to protect her, nor had he found the opportunity to express his feelings. He thought to himself that perhaps he would have the chance to share his emotions in the afterlife. He questioned why he had to take Ochako's life, pondering if she had been an obstacle. The answer was not straightforward, and he chose not to elaborate. The tension escalated as pain shot through his legs when a knife struck him again. He winced and struggled to escape, but his efforts were in vain. He expressed his disdain for the name Deku, insisting that it was not his name and that the other had no right to use it. He pulled the knife from his leg, stabbing repeatedly, his anger boiling over as he declared that he would brand his initials on the other's face if necessary. He was frustrated that the other thought they were on such friendly terms. He then revealed that he had no clear reason for taking Ochako's life, admitting that he had thought it would be amusing. He found satisfaction in the memory of her struggles, the way her innocence faded, and the life in her eyes dimmed. He relished the power he felt in that moment, claiming that he was free to act as he wished. Izuku noticed Ida looking desperately at Todoroki, who was visibly pained and conflicted. He paused, contemplating the best course of action for his friend. He realized that if he told Todoroki to stay, it might put him on edge, as there was a chance he would choose his classmate over him. He then apologized for his earlier outburst, and an idea struck him. He approached Todoroki and placed the knife in his hand. Todoroki's confusion turned to shock as he grasped what Izuku wanted him to do. Izuku silenced him with a gesture, reminding him that he had chosen to stay and that he had warned him about the tasks ahead. He urged Todoroki to prove himself, suggesting that he could use his quirk instead of the knife, noting that he found it more satisfying to watch someone bleed. Izuku positioned himself behind Ida, placing his hands on the speedster's shoulders. He suggested that, in Ida's case, it might be better if he didn't survive. He expressed that if he had his way, Ida would live a life filled with pain and sadness, leaving the decision in Todoroki's hands. Tears began to fall from Todoroki's eyes as he grappled with the weight of the situation. Ida pleaded with him to reconsider, insisting that heroes would come to save them both. Izuku reminded Todoroki that a hero had been the source of his suffering, questioning why he believed they would come to save him now. He recalled the promise Todoroki had made to him. Taking a deep breath, Todoroki nodded and returned the knife to Izuku, acknowledging his commitment to the promise he had made. He hesitated, questioning if it had to be Ida. Izuku confirmed that it was necessary, explaining that they couldn't let Ida go free now that he knew too much. He suggested that if Todoroki truly cared for Ida, he would end it, emphasizing that he wouldn't want his friend to suffer or fall victim to someone dangerous. Reluctantly, Todoroki agreed, asking how he should proceed. Izuku suggested freezing him instead of using the knife, cautioning against any collateral damage. Todoroki approached Ida, sorrow etched on his face, and expressed his regret, stating that this was the only way to prevent further suffering. Ida countered, claiming that once the heroes arrived, they could save them both. But Todoroki remained resolute, placing his hand on Ida's shoulder as ice enveloped him completely. Izuku stood up, clapping with delight, praising Todoroki for his actions and instructing him to help untie Ida. Todoroki complied, untying the ropes around Ida's frozen wrists. Izuku examined the frozen figure before placing his foot on Ida's chest and kicking at a specific spot, creating a dent near his neck. He then grabbed Ida's head, twisting it until he felt the ice begin to crack. Todoroki shouted in alarm, demanding to know what Izuku was doing. Izuku responded with irritation, reminding him that he had taken the life of his toy and wanted a keepsake. Todoroki reminded him that he had instructed him to kill Ida, but Izuku clarified that he had only suggested it as a means for Todoroki to prove himself, leaving the choice ultimately in his hands. If he hadn't taken that life, he wouldn't have proven himself, and everything said earlier would have felt like a lie. The consequence would have been the torment of his toy. But he chose to take action, demonstrating his willingness to do whatever it took to remain part of their group, and for that, he received applause. He could have easily walked away and dismissed everything, but he didn't. The response was filled with disbelief. There was a sense of betrayal, but the other party insisted that no deception had occurred. Only facts, basic information, and suggestions had been presented. The choices made with that information would always shape the outcome, especially in this case. The anger was questioned, and it was revealed that they weren't particularly close. As the moment unfolded, Izuku managed to sever the head from the body. Todoroki sank to the ground, visibly shaken, his hand covering his mouth as tears streamed down his face. He trembled, whispering apologies to the fallen classmate. Izuku observed him with an expressionless face, offering a stark reminder that this was merely the beginning. The initial struggle with taking a life was acknowledged, but it was suggested that soon, the feeling would fade, becoming a part of the new normal. Todoroki looked up, seeking answers about when that numbness would come. The response was that it depended on him. He needed to learn to let go and embrace this new version of himself. The time it took to achieve that would determine how long the pain lingered. Izuku then mentioned the need to find a proper container for the severed head and encouraged Todoroki to say his goodbyes. He left the room, leaving Todoroki alone with the remains of his classmate. Returning to his own space, Izuku retrieved a glass tank from the basement and placed the head inside, positioning it next to another on display. He found it intriguing that two individuals had been caught in a love triangle. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and he sighed in response. Toga stood there, cheerful and eager, announcing that 𝐼 wished to see him. As she followed him, she inquired about his new toy, to which he casually mentioned that it was already dead. Toga expressed disappointment, wishing she could have tasted his BLD, but Izuku reminded her that she wouldn't want to resemble that particular individual. As they descended to the basement, Izuku noticed that 𝐼 was not in his usual chair. He ventured deeper into the room, observing the Nomu in various stages of creation until he found 𝐼 engaged in conversation with someone. Upon greeting him, Izuku learned that he was to meet Dr. Tsubasa, the doctor who had once diagnosed him as Quirkless. The realization struck him, and he connected the dots regarding the winged Nomu. Dr. Tsubasa confirmed his identity and expressed hope that his grandson had been of use. Izuku felt a mix of emotions but refrained from voicing any concerns in front of 𝐼. The conversation shifted as 𝐼 indicated that Dr. Tsubasa was there to assist with the transfer of his quirk, though the potential reactions of Izuku's body were uncertain. Izuku expressed his honor at receiving such power and followed Dr. Tsubasa into a dimly lit room resembling a hospital. He complied with the doctor's instructions to lie down on the bed, where he was secured with straps, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. As the doctor prepared a needle, Izuku's thoughts spiraled into fear. He couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible awaited him. The doctor reassured him, promising that it wouldn't hurt. In the following days, Izuku endured a relentless 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽 of pain as 𝐼's DNA intertwined with his own. Bound to the bed, he struggled against the restraints, gripping the sheets tightly, tears forming as he fought against the agony. Despite his efforts to calm himself, the pain returned, creating a harrowing experience that stretched on without respite. He had not eaten or seen light for 3 days, only the overwhelming sensation of suffering. The moment the pain in his body had subsided, he lost consciousness. His face was streaked with tears, and his skin appeared pale. 𝐼 inquired of the doctor if the procedure was complete. The doctor confirmed that it was finally over, noting that the subject's body had reacted as expected. He mentioned that the individual would undoubtedly be able to utilize the quirk without issue. The doctor then asked what should be done next. 𝐼 instructed him to unstrap the subject from the bed but to leave him there to rest. Katsuki Bakugo was in his room, seething with anger. He had lost Deku once again, and it infuriated him. He shouted in frustration, feeling the weight of his failure. Just then, a knock at his bedroom door interrupted his rage. He yelled out, demanding to know who it was. The response came from his friends, Kirishima and Siro, who were eager to discuss a plan. They proposed a rescue mission, explaining that several of their classmates, including Ida, Deku, Todoroki, and Ochako, were missing. Siro expressed his concern that they were being picked off one by one. Katsuki reminded them of the teacher's warning against doing anything reckless and insisted that he could handle the situation on his own. He believed that his friends would only hinder him or put themselves in danger. Kirishima, however, argued that they couldn't just sit idly by while their classmates were in danger. He expressed the urgency of the situation, suggesting that they might still have a chance to save their friends. Siro pointed out that Katsuki's relationship with Deku could benefit from this mission, encouraging him to reach out and understand what had happened. Katsuki's frustration grew, but he knew they were right. He reluctantly agreed to join them, realizing that they wouldn't take no for an answer. A few hours later, Izuku Midoriya awoke to find Todoroki by his side. His vision was blurry, but he managed to recognize his friend. Todoroki expressed relief that Izuku was okay and asked what had happened. Izuku was surprised to learn that he had been unconscious for 3 days. Todoroki explained that 𝐼 had instructed everyone not to worry, but the concern lingered. Izuku requested help to sit up, and Todoroki assisted him. Izuku inquired about Todoroki's well-being, to which Todoroki replied that he was fine, though it had taken time to recover from his own ordeal. Izuku reassured him that the pain would lessen over time, and soon it would feel like second nature. As they made their way to the stairs, Izuku mentioned that he was no longer quirkless, which meant he would no longer feel useless. Todoroki disagreed, insisting that Izuku had never been useless. Izuku dismissed the comment, and they continued their conversation as they climbed the stairs. Once back in his room, Izuku sat on his bed while Todoroki stayed close to ensure he was alright. Izuku expressed his intention to continue using his knives, emphasizing their effectiveness. He spoke passionately about the power of a blade, reflecting on his past experiences. His thoughts took a dark turn as he imagined using his newfound abilities against Katsuki, envisioning a scenario where he could prove his strength and change the world. Izuku's excitement grew as he contemplated the possibilities, believing that Todoroki would support him in this endeavor. He wrapped his hands around Todoroki's throat, lowering his voice and asking if he would help him in this transformation. Todoroki reached for Izuku's hand, attempting to use his quirk to push him away, only to be met with the realization that his powers were ineffective, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Izuku erupted into laughter, teasingly questioning if Todoroki was missing something. He urged Todoroki to admit that he would help him, playfully insisting that he was already too involved to back out now. With a hesitant stammer, Todoroki agreed to assist. Izuku celebrated this small victory, giving Todoroki a firm squeeze around his throat before finally releasing him. As Todoroki gasped for air, Izuku explained that he didn't intend to frighten him, but he needed to express his feelings accurately to cope with everything happening around them. Todoroki, still recovering, demanded the return of his quirk. Izuku smirked, claiming it was his quirk now and that Todoroki didn't deserve it back just yet. He proposed a deal. Todoroki could have his quirk returned once he learned to be more like Izuku, numb to pain. Izuku added that if he had to break Todoroki to achieve that, he would, but he preferred to avoid such measures if possible. Todoroki questioned what had happened to Izuku during the past 3 days, noting how different he seemed. Izuku dismissed the notion of being different, stating he was still the same person, albeit a bit weary from physical pain. He explained his new role as the leader of the League of Villains and the constant worry of betrayal that came with it. He pointed out that Todoroki hadn't given him a reason to fully trust him yet and offered a way for Todoroki to earn that trust. Todoroki was taken aback, insisting he had killed Ida. Izuku countered that Todoroki had acted to protect Ida from him, not for his own sake. He then laid out the terms. Each day, Todoroki would need to kill someone without using his quirk and return with proof of the act. He emphasized the importance of not getting caught and warned that he would know if Todoroki tried to cheat the system. Anger surged within Todoroki as he processed the demands, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. He protested that Izuku had gone too far, but Izuku merely chuckled, suggesting he hadn't gone far enough. He warned Todoroki to keep quiet or face the consequences of pushing boundaries. Todoroki, frustrated, dropped to his knees and struck the ground. Izuku reassured him that it was okay to be angry, reminding him that this was for his benefit and would ultimately help him grow. He explained that becoming numb to pain would grant him wisdom and a clearer view of the world's cruelty. He believed that this shared experience could bring them closer together. Izuku also highlighted the necessity of learning to fend for oneself, even without a quirk, referencing heroes who faced those with quirk-canceling abilities. Todoroki reluctantly acknowledged that Izuku had a point, standing up but still avoiding eye contact. Izuku encouraged him, placing a hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he was only looking out for him. He acknowledged the challenges ahead but insisted that nothing worthwhile comes easily. Todoroki nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Izuku's words. As Izuku prepared to rest, he instructed Todoroki to think things over and to maintain the facade of being fine if questioned by others. Todoroki nodded and left the room, while Izuku turned his attention to the heads of Todoroki's former classmates, contemplating the unfolding events. The following day, Izuku and Todoroki found themselves at the bar area. Izuku observed Todoroki as he sipped water, noticing his discomfort but unsure how to address it. Breaking the silence, Izuku asked if Todoroki was aware that everyone's goal was to surpass All Might. Todoroki looked down and nodded, reflecting on whether All Might had ever been his idol. After a moment of contemplation, Todoroki admitted that he hadn't thought much about it, especially with his father's disdain for the number one hero. He acknowledged All Might's public image as a great hero but confessed he didn't hold a personal opinion of him. Izuku nodded, falling silent once more as he pondered the conversation. Izuku shook his head, lost in thought when Todoroki asked if something was wrong. Todoroki then posed a question about whether Izuku felt untouchable. Confused, Izuku tilted his head, trying to grasp the meaning behind the term. Todoroki elaborated, asking if he believed no one could take him down. Izuku firmly disagreed, finding the notion illogical. He expressed his understanding that, despite his agility and analytical skills, anyone could be defeated with the right strategy, weapon, or strength. He shared his disdain for those who believed they were invincible, mentioning Shigaraki and Kakin as examples. Twice interjected, affirming that Shigaraki definitely had a god complex, and praised Izuku for his level-headedness. Toga chimed in, highlighting Izuku's ability to analyze situations rather than react impulsively, which made him her favorite person. As the conversation continued, Todoroki noticed Izuku's eyes were closed and called out to him. Izuku opened one eye, surprised by Todoroki's concern. He felt confused about why Todoroki would care for him, especially after their recent conflicts. Todoroki clarified that he had reflected on the situation and understood Izuku's motives, deciding to prove his worth instead of harboring anger. He acknowledged that it was time to let go of past grievances and recognized the irreversible path he had chosen. Izuku agreed, expressing that a true hero should act out of kindness, not for fame or obligation. He shared his admiration for a hero from his childhood, someone who inspired hope. However, he had come to realize that this hero was not what he seemed, driven by selfish motives rather than genuine heroism. Todoroki inquired about Izuku's change of heart, and Izuku explained that he wanted to rectify the damage done to society, even if it meant adopting extreme methods. He believed that embracing this path could lead to freedom and happiness. Todoroki, still uncertain, wondered about his own identity and how to distance himself from his father's shadow. Izuku reassured him that they could change how others perceived him, emphasizing that he could cultivate wisdom and enlightenment. With a playful tone, Izuku declared that he would guide Todoroki, though he noted the importance of not breaking him in the process. Todoroki's worried expression revealed his fears about the challenges ahead. Izuku, amused, laughed at Todoroki's apprehension, assuring him that there was no need to worry just yet. He reminded Todoroki that they had a mission to complete, and since it was Todoroki's first day, he would accompany him. Izuku stood up and headed for the door, turning to face Todoroki with determination. Todoroki hesitated, surprised by the urgency. Izuku's serious tone encouraged him to follow, and as they stepped outside, Toga's playful remark about Izuku's seriousness echoed in the background. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Todoroki trailed behind Izuku, ready to embark on their new journey. As Todoroki walked 3 steps behind the green-haired boy, he felt a sense of unease. He attempted to engage Izuku in conversation, but the boy remained silent, which only heightened his apprehension. Izuku led him through a series of narrow alleys until they encountered a man leaning against a brick wall, a cigarette resting between his lips. Izuku approached the man, eager to initiate a dialogue for his school survey. He asked the man if he could pose a couple of questions, but the man dismissed him rudely. Undeterred, Izuku pleaded for just a moment of his time, insisting that he would be quick. Finally, the man relented, albeit with visible irritation. Izuku's first question was about the man's opinion on heroes. The man raised an eyebrow and sighed, recognizing the boy's youth and timid demeanor. He decided to answer, acknowledging the bravery of heroes who risk their lives for strangers. Izuku found this response intriguing and moved on to his next question, asking why the man would want to become a hero if given the chance. The man's answer was blunt. He would pursue it for the money and fame, believing that pro-heroes must be wealthy. Izuku expressed his disapproval of this perspective, emphasizing that a true hero should possess a pure heart. He thanked the man for his time and walked away, patting Todoroki on the shoulder and whispering for him to follow through with their plan. He handed Todoroki a pocket knife, encouraging him to enjoy the task ahead. Todoroki stared at the blade, trembling at the thought of what was about to happen. Izuku's presence only intensified his anxiety. The stranger noticed Todoroki's distress and remarked on his ghostly appearance. Taking a deep breath, Todoroki steeled himself, knowing that completing this task would please Izuku and bring him closer to reclaiming his quirk. He lunged forward, the knife plunging into the man's throat, and watched as the man crumpled to the ground, struggling for breath. Izuku stepped away from the wall, donning black gloves, and cautioned Todoroki not to remove the knife just yet. He took over, swiftly extracting the knife with a smile, and blood began to flow, splattering onto the ground. The sight twisted Todoroki's stomach in knots. Izuku seized the moment to impart a lesson, explaining the importance of targeting the chest rather than the throat in public settings to avoid drawing attention. He emphasized that a well-placed strike could lead to a swift end without excessive mess. With a hand on Todoroki's trembling shoulders, Izuku praised him for successfully completing the task. He spoke of the corruption in society and how their actions were a means of cleansing the city, providing safety for those untouched by such corruption. He urged them to leave quickly, reminding Todoroki that they were still considered missing. Before departing, Todoroki blurted out a question about Izuku's unsettling smile during such acts. Izuku explained that his smile was born from spite, a reflection of his past admiration for All Might, who always smiled in moments of heroism. In contrast, Izuku wanted his victims to see a smile filled with fear, the last thing they would witness before their fate was sealed. With that, Izuku turned to leave the alley, casually cleaning his knife before tucking it away. Todoroki nodded and followed, casting one last glance at the life he had taken, reminding himself that the man was not innocent, he was corrupt. Katsuki Bakugo stood at the end of the driveway of Izuku Midoriya's home, the woman he affectionately referred to as Auntie. He wrestled with the decision of whether to tell her that her son was still alive. Confusion clouded his mind every time he thought of Izuku. The last time he had seen him, he had chased after him, but Izuku had insisted it wasn't the right time and that they would meet again. In a flashback, Katsuki had called out to Izuku, urging him to stop running. Izuku had responded playfully, pretending not to know who Katsuki was referring to. The encounter had taken a dark turn when Izuku's laughter had sent chills down Katsuki's spine, a sound that felt so foreign. Izuku had taunted him, questioning his fear and expressing a longing to avoid conversation. The realization that he didn't recognize his childhood friend had hurt Katsuki deeply. Izuku had promised they would meet again, but the memory left Katsuki unsettled. The second encounter had been even more troubling. Katsuki, along with Todoroki and Ida, had been captured by the League of Villains. How could he possibly tell Inko that her son was alive but in the hands of villains? He was tormented by questions about Izuku's well-being. Was he safe? Were his friends doing everything they could to protect him? The thought of Izuku's suffering was unbearable. Katsuki couldn't help but wonder why he cared so much. Was it the right thing to bring Izuku home to his mother, or was there something deeper at play? Taking a deep breath, Katsuki approached the front door and knocked. He heard Inko's voice call out that she was coming. When she opened the door, her eyes widened in surprise. "Katsuki," she exclaimed. He greeted her softly, looking down at the ground. Inko opened the door wider, inviting him inside. "Come in and sit down. Have some tea with me. It's been too long. I haven't seen you since the tragedy." Katsuki felt the weight of her words. He wanted to address the tragedy that had changed everything. "I wanted to talk to you about that," he said, trying to maintain his composure as he took a seat. Inko's expression shifted, confusion mingling with sorrow. "But what's there to talk about? It's been 4 years. My baby is gone." Katsuki's heart raced. "He's not gone. He's still alive." Inko shook her head in disbelief. "Don't be ridiculous, Katsuki. That's impossible. He is alive. I saw him 2 days ago." Katsuki's voice rose, cutting her off. "Katsuki, have you been working too hard?" Frustration bubbled within him. "No. Why won't you believe me? I've seen him twice. I even talked to him on the phone. He is alive. I witnessed him being taken by the League of Villains." Inko's eyes widened at the implication. "So if what you're saying is true, then he's still out there." Yes, but the league has him and a few of my classmates. I'm going to do everything I can to bring him home. Inko's tears began to flow as the reality of her son being alive sank in. Where has he been all this time? I don't know where he's been hiding, but once I find him, I'm bringing him back. Katsuki declared, determination fueling his words. Didn't you say he was captured? Maybe we should leave this to the pro heroes, Inko suggested, but her words only fueled Katsuki's anger. No way. Our class is being targeted. They used Izuku as bait. They've already taken 3 of us. I refuse to sit around while the pros deal with the press. We're being picked off one by one. Inko tried to reason with him. I know, but it's dangerous, especially alone. I don't care. I promise you I will bring him back. With that, Katsuki stormed out of the house, leaving Inko to sink to the floor, tears streaming down her face. My baby boy. My baby is alive. 3 days later, Izuku Midoriya found himself in the basement, speaking with 𝐼𝐴. He had a theory, and if it proved correct, he had a small problem he was eager to address. Sir, may I ask you something? He inquired. What is it? 𝐼𝐴 replied. How exactly do I use this quirk? Can I take anyone's quirk, or is there a limit? Izuku asked. There is a limit. The effectiveness of the quirks you steal depends on your own abilities. If you take a complex quirk, you'll need to train to master it, 𝐼𝐴 explained. I see, so it's best to go after straightforward quirks. Izuku confirmed. Precisely, 𝐼𝐴 affirmed. Izuku nodded and bowed politely before heading back upstairs. He sat at the bar, staring out of the lone window in the room. The velvety darkness of the sky felt both terrifying and inviting. The city's light pollution obscured the stars, leaving only darkness in view. This darkness reminded him of when he first joined the league, confined to a room without windows, surrounded by nothing but shadows. He sat on the edge of his bed, allowing his mind to drift into negative thoughts and painful memories of his childhood friend. As he lingered in this dark place, his hatred began to build. He hated himself for these thoughts, wishing he could turn back time and return home, but it was too late for that. After taking a life for the first time, he found himself entranced by the sight before him. The crimson hue pooling beneath the body was appealing, but it wasn't enough. He craved more. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the front door. Who could that be? He wondered aloud. Compress announced the arrival of a pizza delivery, but Izuku was baffled by the lack of communication regarding the order. Suddenly, a hole was punched through the wall, and panic surged through him as he realized it was 𝐼𝐴, arriving earlier than expected. Before anyone could react, 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐸's branches pinned everyone down, except for Izuku and Todoroki. It dawned on him that the heroes still believed they were captives, which explained their freedom. Izuku glanced at Todoroki, who was staring at the ground, seemingly unable to meet 𝐼𝐴's gaze. 𝐼𝐴 expressed his regret for the delay in arriving, reassuring them that they were safe now because the heroes were there. Izuku's mind raced with concern. If only 𝐾𝐮𝐲𝐸 were present, they could escape easily. But how could he get everyone else out? He moved closer to Todoroki and quietly urged him to create a distraction. Despite his hesitation about using his quirk, Todoroki nodded and summoned a large pillar that shattered the roof, breaking 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐸's hold. As dust settled from the debris, 𝐼𝐴 emerged, greeting 𝐼𝐴 as an old friend. 𝐼𝐴's expression shifted to one of anger, a sight Izuku found strangely satisfying. Lost in thought, Izuku felt a grip on his wrist, lifting him off the ground. He looked up to see 𝐾𝐿, filled with frustration. 𝐾𝐿 insisted he wasn't doing this for Izuku, but Izuku demanded to be let go. 𝐾𝐿 argued that dropping him would be dangerous, but Izuku declared he would rather take that risk than be saved by him. They landed on a rooftop, and Izuku voiced his concern for Todoroki still being down below. 𝐾𝐿 dismissed his worries, insisting they needed to talk. Izuku questioned the timing and 𝐾𝐿's longing to converse. 𝐾𝐿 insisted that Izuku would listen, but Izuku retorted that he would rather not engage. 𝐾𝐿's grip tightened as he expressed disbelief at Izuku's willingness to risk his life to avoid a conversation. Izuku turned back to 𝐾𝐿 with a blank expression, feeling a mix of curiosity and indifference toward 𝐾𝐿's feelings. He wished for 𝐾𝐿 to experience the pain he had caused him in the past. Izuku confronted 𝐾𝐿 about his previous hurtful words, prompting 𝐾𝐿 to freeze, releasing his grip. 𝐾𝐿 admitted he hadn't anticipated Izuku would take his words seriously. Izuku revealed that he had thought about it deeply but ultimately remained alive. He recounted the years spent in a dark room, feeling like a burden, and how he had finally seen sunlight again after meeting Ochako. 𝐾𝐿 inquired about Ochako and Iida, to which Izuku responded with grim news about their fates. Just then, a warp gate opened behind him, signaling trouble. Izuku acknowledged that their time was running out, and 𝐾𝐿 urged him to return home, expressing concern for Izuku's mother. Izuku, aware of his mother's distress, told 𝐾𝐿 to encourage her not to give up on her future children. In a moment of defiance, he kicked 𝐾𝐿, sending him stumbling off the roof, and shouted a farewell as he stepped into the warp gate. As he landed in an unfamiliar room, he watched the gate close behind him. Izuku Midoriya surveyed the room, noting the presence of Todoroki, Toga, Dabi, Twice, Magna, Compress, Spinner, Kurohige, and Shigaraki, along with some unfamiliar faces. Shigaraki acknowledged him, expressing satisfaction with how Midoriya had managed to keep everyone together. Midoriya, smiling, responded that as Shigaraki's second-in-command, he had promised not to let him down and had even assisted in training their newest member. He observed that Shigaraki seemed to have been busy making new acquaintances. Shigaraki confirmed this, referring to them as potential friends. A man with dark brown hair and a long red mask approached Midoriya, extending his hand. He introduced himself as 𝐿, the leader of the Shy Hasaikai, and mentioned having heard about Midoriya's keen analysis of quirks, despite his quirkless status. Midoriya shook 𝐿's hand, acknowledging his position as the leader of the Yakuza. 𝐿 indicated that they were about to begin negotiations, given Midoriya's role in the League of Villains. Midoriya, still cautious, took a seat next to Shigaraki, wondering if Shigaraki trusted him enough to be present for this discussion. 𝐿 suggested they tune into the news to stay updated on their leader. He turned on the television, revealing a frail All Might being arrested by 𝐿. Midoriya sighed, realizing the gravity of their situation and the fact that they were now on their own. Shigaraki noted that All Might would likely retaliate, but he hadn't expected Midoriya's friend to attempt to take him back. Midoriya admitted he had pushed his friend off a building but confirmed he was still alive. Toga playfully commented on Midoriya's actions, but he chose to ignore her. Curious about their gathering, Midoriya asked 𝐿 for clarification. 𝐿 explained that he and Shigaraki had reached an agreement for an alliance. When Midoriya inquired about 𝐿's intentions, he expressed a longing to merge their groups, emphasizing the need for a solid plan to achieve their goals. He revealed his ambition to eliminate quirks and restore the Yakuza to its former glory. Midoriya questioned how they would accomplish this, and 𝐿 assured him he had a plan, including a product that could permanently remove quirks. He requested their cooperation in this endeavor. Magna, skeptical of 𝐿's motives, lunged at him, prompting Midoriya to intervene. However, before he could reach her, Magna's body disintegrated, leaving only her legs behind. Toga gasped, stepping back in shock, while Dabi appeared equally stunned. Todoroki looked to Midoriya for guidance, but he simply shook his head, signaling for calm. Shigaraki clenched his teeth in anger, and as Compress attempted to retaliate, he lost an arm in the process. 𝐿 expressed regret, claiming it was self-defense. Midoriya analyzed 𝐿's quirk, noting its strength and control. 𝐿 confirmed that his ability allowed him to disassemble and reassemble through touch, commending Midoriya for his sharp observation. Surprised by the compliment, Midoriya chuckled and resumed his seat next to Shigaraki, acknowledging 𝐿's praise. 𝐿 noted Midoriya's calm demeanor despite the chaos. Midoriya explained that he cared about his teammates but recognized the risks involved in confronting 𝐿 without understanding his abilities. He admitted to feeling sadness and anger over the loss of his friend but believed that attacking 𝐿 would be unwise, especially given his quirkless status. 𝐿 inquired if analysis was Midoriya's quirk, to which Midoriya clarified that it was not. He explained that he was born quirkless, a fact that 𝐼𝐼𝐷 found noteworthy, suggesting that Midoriya had lived an untainted life. Midoriya accepted this observation, reflecting on his unique perspective. If they ended up collaborating, he would be happy to share his knowledge if it could benefit them both. He offered a smile, which caught the other off guard until they heard Tomura let out a groan. Tomura then stated that they would work with him. The others were shocked, expressing their disbelief that they would cooperate with someone who had harmed their allies. Tomura acknowledged their concerns but expressed curiosity about the potential outcome of this alliance. He clarified that they were not working for him, but would collaborate for the time being. 𝐼𝐼𝐷 straightened in his seat and agreed, but he had a request. If they were to work together, he needed to establish a level of trust and asked for 2 of Tomura's members to stay with him for a while. The reaction from the group was immediate and loud, filled with disbelief. Tomura sighed and stood up, indicating he would consider it but would choose who would stay. The group stared at him in shock, clearly uneasy about 𝐼𝐼𝐷. He felt the same but was intrigued by the product that could eliminate quirks. He wanted to learn more about its origins, its composition, and how he could obtain it. Tomura referred to him as little brother, a title that had stuck since he had expressed his feelings of brotherhood. As they left, he noticed everyone looking to him for direction, prompting him to gesture for them to follow. Walking through the hallway, he kept pace with Tomura and asked about their next steps since their hideout had been compromised. Tomura reassured him that he had another location in mind, one he had been maintaining. He expressed pride in his younger brother for holding the group together during his absence and for causing chaos for the heroes, which had led to significant backlash against them. He mentioned the plan involving 𝗟𝗏𝐻's son and how the heroes had failed to retrieve them. When asked about 𝐼𝐷, he revealed that he had been dealt with decisively, ensuring he would no longer be a threat. Todoroki remained silent, seemingly burdened by the situation, but he felt no sympathy for him. He had chosen this path. Tomura inquired about a recent encounter with a former friend, and the younger brother explained that the friend was aware of the death of one of his classmates and 𝐼𝐷's loss of his quirk. He had not revealed too much, only that the League was interested in Todoroki joining them, and the friend seemed to believe he had been manipulated. Twice commented on the darkness of the situation, to which he replied that he would prefer not to be rescued by someone he considered a villain. He would rather be saved by a hero he respected. Tomura noted that All Might was no longer a threat, which would make things easier for them. However, he reminded them not to overlook 𝗟𝗏𝐷, especially since they had his son. He glanced at Todoroki, who appeared anxious about the implications. Todoroki confirmed he had no immediate issues with his father, which relieved him slightly. They decided to focus on the Shai Hassaikai situation first. Tomura's reasoning for agreeing to give up 2 members was questioned, and he explained that he wanted to keep an eye on 𝐼𝐼𝐷, selecting Toga and Izuku for the task. He instructed them to gather information about their quirks and to be prepared for any involvement from the heroes. Everyone nodded in agreement, and he felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that this arrangement could help him acquire the product he sought. With 𝐼𝐼𝐷's quirk, if he played his cards right, he could turn this situation to his advantage. Izuku and Toga were on their way to meet 𝐼𝐼𝐷. Toga expressed her frustrations throughout the journey while Izuku remained silent, allowing her to vent until she posed a particular question. She inquired about the challenges he faced with Shigaraki's return and how it might complicate his role as their leader. A smirk appeared on Izuku's face as he responded, revealing his strategic thinking. He explained that he wanted to be stationed with 𝐼𝐼𝐷 because of his immense power. If he could persuade 𝐼𝐼𝐷 to confront Tomura, it would spell the end for their adversary. However, he faced a dilemma. He needed a plan to eliminate both Tomura and 𝐼𝐼𝐷 without revealing his intentions to Tomura, ensuring that no one would come to his aid if a confrontation occurred. Toga nodded in understanding. She admired his careful planning, expressing her excitement about working together as partners. Toga noted how long Izuku had been isolated from society and how thrilled she was to finally experience his true self. She appreciated his ability to devise plans that led to success, recalling the exhilarating attack on the USJ that he orchestrated. It had been a long time since she felt so alive, and the thrill of their victories made her eager to stick by his side. Izuku enjoyed her compliments but playfully mentioned that if Twice were present, he would likely misinterpret their camaraderie as something romantic. Toga then shifted the conversation to dating, asking if Izuku had found anyone special. He admitted that he had no time for relationships, stating that if he were to become interested in someone, he would likely end up wanting to mold them into a reflection of himself. He explained that he wanted them to understand the despair he felt towards heroes, believing that villains had their own moral compass and were misunderstood by society. However, he also acknowledged his quick temper, fearing that he might inadvertently push someone too far and ruin the relationship. As they walked, Izuku suddenly felt something brush against his leg. Looking down, he saw a young girl with bluish-white hair and a horn protruding from her head. Her arms were bandaged, and she wore a tattered gown, evoking a sense of sorrow. Toga voiced her surprise at the sight. The girl apologized and crawled backward in fear. Izuku knelt down, offering her a warm smile and asking if she was lost. The girl hesitated but eventually nodded at his kindness. He extended his hand, introducing himself and asking for her name. She shyly replied, "𝐼𝐬𝐬." Izuku gently inquired if she had been separated from her parents, to which 𝐼𝐬𝐬 nodded, glancing at his outstretched hand. He encouraged her to take it, assuring her that he meant no harm. After a moment of hesitation, she grasped his hand, and he helped her to her feet. His smile faded into confusion when 𝐼𝐬𝐬 suddenly hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. He wondered what had prompted her emotional response. Toga, observing the scene, questioned why they were taking the time to help the girl, noting that it wasn't part of their mission. Izuku, amused, teased her about her excitement for their new assignment, to which she replied that she wasn't particularly thrilled. He laughed lightly and lifted 𝐼𝐬𝐬 onto his shoulders, hoping to ease her tension. As they continued walking, 𝐼𝐬𝐬 seemed to relax, but her attention was soon captured by a shop window. Izuku noticed her fascination and moved closer, setting her down so she could see better. Toga stood back, intrigued by this different side of Izuku. Her gaze wandered until she spotted a man in a black surgical mask, and her eyes widened in recognition. She pointed out to Izuku that it was 𝗟𝗏𝗸, causing him to realize they still hadn't located 𝐼𝐬𝐬's parents. They faced a decision on how to proceed. He had no idea, observing the girl who remained captivated by the toy. Izuku noticed 𝐼𝐬𝐬 tense up at the sound of his voice and acknowledged the presence of Chisaki. He expressed gratitude for finding his daughter, revealing that she had been throwing one of her temper tantrums, a common occurrence with children. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 clung tightly to Izuku, trembling in his arms, prompting him to pick her up and hold her close. Chisaki inquired about their presence in that part of town, and Izuku explained that their leader had sent them to stay with him. 𝐼𝐬𝐬 whispered urgently for them to run, catching Izuku off guard. Chisaki, however, seemed pleased that they had come, particularly Izuku, whom he found to be level-headed. He expressed curiosity about Izuku's quirkless upbringing and how it had shaped him. Izuku shared that growing up with an egotistical childhood friend had made life difficult, as he was often labeled useless and faced harsh treatment from those around him. He wished to make those who had wronged him suffer in return, believing that society unfairly judged individuals based on their quirks. Chisaki found common ground with Izuku's sentiments. Izuku then asked about the product Chisaki was developing, offering valuable information in exchange for details. Chisaki revealed that the girl Izuku was holding was the key ingredient for their product, which made Izuku smirk, realizing he had a plan to deal with both Shigaraki and Chisaki. Toga, noticing the look on Izuku's face, felt a surge of excitement. As they turned into a dark alley, Chisaki halted and asked for the information Izuku had promised. Izuku informed him that Shigaraki did not trust him and could betray him at any moment, but his own group was loyal and willing to support Chisaki. Chisaki took a moment to process this information, while Toga remained uncertain of Izuku's intentions but decided to play along. Izuku speculated that Kurogiri, Shigaraki's right-hand man, might also be a potential traitor, noting that his group was more loyal to him due to his ability to predict outcomes through careful observation. He contrasted his strategic approach with Shigaraki's tendency to rush, which often led to failure. Chisaki pointed out that they hadn't been failing recently, referencing the USJ attack and the missing students from U. Izuku explained that it was all part of a plan orchestrated by Zuzu, who had gathered information on everyone's quirks and manipulated events to make the heroes appear incompetent. Toga proudly recounted how they had managed to kidnap a student and use her to their advantage. Chisaki realized that sending Izuku and Toga to stay with him was a mistake, unaware that they operated independently. Izuku smiled at 𝐼, who looked up at him with curiosity, and reassured Chisaki that their secret was safe for now. They would act as if nothing had happened, but when the time came, they intended to test their final product on Shigaraki. Meanwhile, Katsuki Bakugo sat in class the following day, seething with frustration. He struggled to concentrate on his schoolwork, consumed by thoughts of the previous night. He felt angry with himself for allowing Izuku to slip away again and regretted not realizing that Izuku had been alive for the past 4 years, enduring torment that had driven him to madness. Kirishima noticed Bakugo's distress after the lesson ended and asked if he was okay. Bakugo bluntly replied that he was not, catching Kirishima off guard. Kirishima pressed for more information, and Bakugo revealed his concern for Izuku, fearing that the League had manipulated him. Someone must have a quirk like that baggy-eyed individual in Class 1C. Kirishima paused to think about who might have bags under their eyes. Initially, he considered Aizawa, but then he realized that Bakugo was referring to Shinso. It seemed Bakugo believed that Deku had been hypnotized by someone in the League. That had to be it. The person he spoke to wasn't the real Deku. He had pushed Kirishima off a building after all. Katsuki acknowledged that he was still determined to bring him back home, even if it would take longer than he had anticipated. He rested his chin on his fist, contemplating the situation. At least he wasn't giving up on Deku. In fact, Kirishima offered to help bring him back, stating that true heroes assist anyone in need, no matter how far they have fallen into darkness. Katsuki turned away from his friend with a grunt, expressing his gratitude with a simple, thanks. Meanwhile, Toga and Izuku wandered around the 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐽 building, feeling quite bored until Toga placed her hands on Izuku's shoulders, gripping them tightly. She couldn't contain her excitement any longer and demanded to know his plan, convinced he had won. Izuku explained that he couldn't openly share his plan in enemy territory. Doing so would be reckless and could lead to dire consequences. He mentioned a person named Joy Irinaka, who possessed the quirk mimicry, allowing him to merge with objects of specific sizes and control them, making him the stealthiest member of the 𝐒𝐮𝐽. While he wasn't sure how this would help the League, he believed getting to know a certain little girl would be advantageous. Toga was curious about how this would work. Izuku revealed that his goal was to make someone suffer. He clarified that his quirk was essentially a quirk transfer, and while he admired Katsuki's abilities, he preferred the idea of Katsuki's quirk being gone forever. This would prevent anyone else from boasting about being better than everyone else, and he didn't want a second Katsuki in the world. Toga playfully countered his self-deprecating thoughts, insisting that he was better than everyone else. Izuku chuckled at her comment, but she continued to tease him about his low self-esteem. They shared a light moment before Izuku suggested they go outside. As they walked down the long hallway, Toga pouted, but their moment was interrupted by the sound of a girl's screams. Izuku recognized the sound as 𝐼, recalling that they needed her BLD for their product. He shrugged it off and continued walking, prompting Toga to catch up with him. Once outside, Izuku took a deep breath, trying to gather his thoughts. He began to review his plan, noting that Overhaul was already on bad terms with Shigaraki due to their previous interactions. The situation could unfold in 2 ways. Shigaraki might manage to confront Overhaul and take away his quirk, or Overhaul could eliminate Shigaraki with a single touch. If the latter occurred, Izuku would need to drop hints for the heroes to discover the 𝐒𝐮𝐽's location, allowing them to intervene and potentially take down Overhaul. However, he was concerned about 𝐼's safety and the other members of the organization. Toga inquired if he was okay, and Izuku reassured her that he was fine, just focused on refining his plan. He expressed his longing to ensure it would work before presenting any ideas. Toga playfully declared that this was why she followed him instead of Shigaraki. Izuku continued to think aloud, considering the students who had received their provisional licenses and were working with various agencies. This could pose a problem if they needed to evacuate the building. They would require Joy's quirk to slow down the heroes or use Todoroki to block exits, but they needed to position 𝐼𝐼𝐷 so he could be caught. Suddenly, Izuku was pulled from his thoughts by his phone ringing. He sighed and pulled it from his pocket, seeing that Shigaraki was calling. He greeted him with a teasing tone, calling him the crusty older brother he wanted to speak to. Toga burst into laughter at his comment, but Izuku hushed her so he could answer the call. She quickly silenced herself, trying to contain her amusement. Shigaraki inquired if Izuku had learned anything. Izuku responded confidently, asserting that he had indeed learned something significant. He revealed that Kai Chisaki, known as 𝐼𝐼𝐷, had a young daughter named 𝐼𝐻𝐬. While he was unsure of her quirk, he knew they were using her BLD to create their product, and without her, their entire plan would falter. He noted that the people there had impressive quirks and suggested that if Shigaraki were to confront Chisaki, it would be wise to trap him and isolate him. Shigaraki praised Izuku's work and asked if he had any ideas on how to trap 𝐼𝐼𝐷. Izuku had one in mind but acknowledged that it would require involving the heroes. The plan involved suggesting to him that some thugs test out his new drags, allowing for observation and analysis of the results. With the thugs causing chaos, it would surely attract the attention of pro-heroes, ultimately drawing them to the Shai Hasaikai. During this distraction, 𝐼𝐼𝐷 would make his escape. If everything unfolded as anticipated, the heroes would gradually breach his defenses, confronting him. However, before they reached him, it was essential to neutralize him, specifically targeting his quirk. The question arose about how to achieve that. The response was clear: his hands. His quirk resided in his hands, much like another's. Once his hands were removed, he would be quirkless and no longer a threat. There was also the possibility of recruiting a few of his members, though it was doubtful they would cooperate, given their loyalty to him. The girl in the equation was another matter. The suggestion was to handle her as desired, whether to keep her or eliminate her, with the caveat that opinions might change once her quirk was understood. With a look of confusion, Toga prepared to leave, indicating a need to avoid questions about their whereabouts. The response was an agreement to stay updated. As the conversation continued, there was uncertainty about allowing Shigaraki to confront the child. If everything went according to plan, Shigaraki would be directed to pursue Chisaki before the heroes could reach him, enabling Chisaki to handle the situation without issue. It was likely that 𝐼𝐼𝐷 would not escape without sending some of his less valuable subordinates first. The strength of 𝐼𝐼𝐷's quirk was uncertain, but he had proven capable of dealing with Shigaraki. The next steps involved making strategic moves to assist the heroes in capturing 𝐼𝐼𝐷. Once he was apprehended, the plan was to disable his arms to prevent any chance of recovery. Izuku, nervously toying with the red tips of his hair, awaited Toga's reaction. The idea of aiding the heroes for their own benefit thrilled Toga. She expressed her excitement at the thought of turning the heroes into pawns. Izuku shared his anticipation for the unfolding events, particularly the chaos that would ensue when Shigaraki learned of 𝐼𝐻𝐬's involvement. The prospect of witnessing the confrontation filled him with excitement. Toga, caught up in the moment, expressed her eagerness for the ensuing conflict, envisioning the bloodshed that would accompany it. Izuku reminded her that their operation encompassed much more than mere violence. The ultimate goal was to eliminate Shigaraki, acquire the necessary product to disrupt Kaken's life, and bring about the downfall of the Yakuza. This would pave the way for a new beginning, free from societal constraints. If they could outsmart the heroes, there was no limit to their potential. Toga listened intently, her shock transforming into exhilaration as she grasped the true meaning of their mission. The vision of a world free from corrupt heroes resonated deeply with her, igniting a passion for their cause. Izuku acknowledged her understanding, emphasizing the importance of unity in their plans. He stressed that everyone needed to be aligned, as any deviation could jeopardize their success. From that moment forward, his directives would be absolute, ensuring a flawless execution of their strategy. He pondered the future, particularly the possibility of Kurogiri's compliance once Shigaraki was out of the picture. If not, he would be just as vulnerable as anyone else. Toga, momentarily frowning, quickly regained her enthusiasm, urging Izuku to focus on their immediate objectives. Izuku laughed at her spirited nature, ready to initiate their plans. As they approached the 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐽 building, they were met with Chisaki's inquiry about their absence. Izuku fabricated an excuse about needing fresh air, but his attention shifted when he felt a familiar presence cling to his legs. Eri was there, prompting a warm smile as he knelt to engage with her. Izuku had not spoken to her in quite some time. He reached out to gently place his hand on her head, but she flinched, prompting him to pause and retract his hand. He then asked if everything was all right. Izuku's attention turned to the masked man who had approached him with important news. The man informed him about a new drag that enhanced a person's quirk for a limited duration. He had several individuals ready to test it, but he needed Izuku to document the results that very night. Izuku inquired about the possibility of the thugs being caught by professional heroes and what he should do in that case. The man suggested that it was acceptable if they were apprehended, as he had other subjects available for testing. He also recommended that Izuku take Eri out for a walk around the city the following day, perhaps to buy her a toy, promising to reimburse him for the expense. The man noted that Eri seemed to have taken a liking to Izuku and advised him to ensure she didn't wander off again. Izuku agreed and turned to Eri with a smile, informing her about the toy they could get the next day. Eri beamed with joy at the mention of the toy and hugged him tightly. Izuku felt a warmth in his heart as he returned the embrace, wrapping an arm around her and gently patting her back. He then reminded her that it was time for bed, as it was getting late and he had to leave soon. Eri, with tears welling in her eyes, pleaded for him not to go. Izuku reassured her that he would return in the morning so they could spend the entire day together. He made a playful promise that if he was late, even by a minute, she could hit him and he would buy her anything she wanted. Eri quickly wiped her tears and nodded, her smile returning. He encouraged her to head to bed and watched as she left the room, glancing back at him one last time. Once she was gone, Izuku's smile faded, and he prepared himself for the task ahead. The man informed Izuku that he would send him the location where the thugs would be selling drags. He wanted Izuku to be present to gather data in case they used the quirk enhancer. He also presented Izuku with a black box containing 4 red darts designed for a gun. Izuku chuckled, noting that despite the man's past actions, he found himself liking him more than others in the organization. The man was surprised to learn that Izuku had only been out in the world for about a month since his confinement. Izuku explained that being isolated had allowed him to plot and devise plans, which had earned him the loyalty of the League of Villains. He then decided it was time to leave and exited the room. Once outside of the man's sight, Izuku pulled out his phone and texted 𝗂𝐷𝐵, asking for his location. 𝗂𝐷𝐵 replied that he was at the hideout, and Izuku requested him to meet at a different location, promising to send the address shortly. As he received the location from the man, he instructed 𝗂𝐵𝐵 to bring Twice and Todoroki along. Izuku concealed himself in a black hoodie to avoid being recognized and navigated through alleyways to reach the designated spot. He found a ladder leading to a rooftop and climbed up to get a better view. After settling in, he sent his location to 𝗂𝐵𝐵 and waited, observing the bustling city below. When he heard his name called, he turned to see Todoroki approaching, with 𝗂𝐵𝐵 and Twice following behind. Izuku grinned, teasing Todoroki about his loud greeting. Concerned, Todoroki asked if Izuku was all right, to which Izuku chuckled, acknowledging his friend's care. He informed them that Toga was still at the mansion and that he had gathered them to discuss the new drag. As he watched the people below, he noted how some resembled ants while others seemed oblivious to the world around them. Twice then posed a question about how they should handle Tamura. Izuku was pleased to address this, revealing that he had an idea that could potentially resolve their issues. At least their issues regarding Big Brother were being addressed. The current task involved observing the effects of their products, marking the first phase of a larger plan. If everything unfolded as anticipated, it would surely attract the attention of pro-heroes, drawing them to the 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐽. The hope was that if one of the subjects in the experiment were captured, they would be interrogated, and it was likely that one of them would eventually talk. The second phase would involve leading the heroes to the 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐽, where Overhaul would attempt to escape. The heroes would gradually break through his defenses, which were guarded by numerous thugs, until they reached him. In the third phase, before the heroes could confront Overhaul, Tomura needed to engage him alone. Everyone was aware of 𝐒𝐻𝐬's abilities. One touch could spell disaster for Shigaraki. 𝐒𝐻𝐬 held an advantage because Shigaraki was unaware of the full extent of his capabilities, while Tomura's abilities were already known. In the fourth phase, if Tomura were to be defeated, the focus would shift to eliminating 𝐒𝐻𝐬. If the heroes succeeded, 𝐒𝐻𝐬 would be captured, necessitating an attack on the vehicle transporting him, which would lead to the removal of his arms. Todoroki inquired about the purpose of removing 𝐒𝐻𝐬's arms. The response was straightforward: it would eliminate his quirk. To draw Shigaraki down, they would need to call for backup and feign severe injuries. Suddenly, Izuku's attention was diverted by the sounds of screams from below, signaling the onset of action. He was eager to discover the nature of the dragon play. Twice posed another question, asking if he planned to wear a mask to conceal his identity. The response was that while a mask might be wise, it didn't matter much since soon everyone would recognize the face of their true number one villain. The declaration was met with enthusiasm from Twice, who found it intriguing. The plan seemed solid, and both Todoroki and Dabi nodded in agreement, exchanging glances. Izuku remained fixated on the battle occurring below, and Todoroki, curious about his interest, soon realized that his former classmate Kirishima was among those fighting. Out of the blue, Izuku asked Todoroki if he had obtained his pro license. Todoroki admitted that he had, albeit taking longer than others. Izuku, however, only sought a simple yes or no, which left Todoroki feeling a bit intimidated. He was aware of Izuku's capabilities and the potential for manipulation. Noticing Todoroki's unease, Izuku couldn't help but smirk and tease him about his fear. As Izuku approached, Todoroki instinctively stepped back, prompting a wider grin from Izuku. He reassured Todoroki that he wouldn't harm him, emphasizing their friendship. He playfully suggested that it would hurt him if Todoroki denied their bond. Todoroki, shaking his head, kept his gaze downward. Izuku, pleased with the response, declared that they should enjoy the fight together and pulled Todoroki toward the edge of the building. He pointed out their classmates fighting alongside Fat Gum and expressed excitement over the scene unfolding below. Twice made a light-hearted comment about losing Izuku to the allure of knowledge and darkness, to which Dabi sighed in agreement. Izuku, chuckling ominously, remarked on the impressive quirks of the heroes below, hinting at the potential consequences should one of them falter. He retrieved a gun loaded with Chisaki's drag, aiming it at Amajiki. The shot hit its mark, and Izuku laughed as he observed the chaos that ensued, noting the effects of the bullet on Tamaki. Though it appeared Tamaki's quirk was temporarily lost, Izuku speculated on how this could influence the upcoming confrontation with 𝐒𝐻𝐬. Izuku's mind raced with calculations, considering the temporary nature of the bullet's effects and the quirk enhancement drags. He noted the capture of thugs and felt that everything was progressing according to plan, especially since the thug fighting Kirishima had a tendency to talk. Twice, amused, teased Izuku about his analytical skills, prompting Izuku to reflect on his relentless thoughts, which often left him feeling exhausted. He expressed a longing for a break from the chaos, but more than that, he wanted to ensure that everyone was aware of the plan. He instructed Twice to inform Compress and the others not to assist Shigaraki if a confrontation arose between him and 𝐒𝐻𝐬, emphasizing the importance of secrecy regarding Tomura and 𝗂𝐼𝐻𝐬. Twice, eager to share a recent discovery about 𝗂𝐼𝐻𝐬, was met with curiosity. He revealed that 𝗂𝐼𝐻𝐬 was a special kind of Nomu, which made sense to Izuku, who understood the implications of such a connection. He urged Twice to return before Tomura grew suspicious. With a serious tone, Twice rallied the others to move out. Dabi was the first to depart, followed by Twice. As Izuku observed the unfolding chaos below, Todoroki lingered for a moment longer before joining them. He quickly departed, leaving Izuku with a grin. The next day, Izuku lay on one of the couches in Chisaki's office, waiting for 𝐼𝐻𝐬. He had just dozed off after explaining the results to Chisaki. The dark-haired man, his face obscured by a mask, observed Izuku's unguarded form. Dressed in black jeans with chains hanging down the sides and a sleeveless turtleneck, Izuku had large black armbands covering his biceps, and a pair of black headphones with neon green edges rested on his chest. Chisaki noted that despite being quirkless, Izuku's physique was well-toned, suggesting he was always on alert. Scars marred his pale skin, visible from his wrists to his shoulders, and likely beyond. Chisaki pondered how often the boy slept, given the dark circles under his eyes. In slumber, Izuku appeared peaceful, raising more questions in Chisaki's mind. He did not seem like a villain, his face bore no signs of malice. Instead, he looked innocent, like a young child in need of a break, simply tired in more ways than one. A moment later, a gentle knock echoed through the office before the door slowly opened. Chisaki turned to see Eri peeking inside. He welcomed her, noting that Izuku had been waiting. It was impolite to keep their guest waiting. Eri stammered an apology before rushing to Izuku. She noticed the scars on his skin and wondered if he was like her, if someone hurt him too. Her curiosity got the better of her as she reached out and touched one of the scars on his arm. Izuku, a light sleeper, awoke and immediately checked the time, exclaiming in disbelief at how little time had passed. He sighed and looked down to find Eri gazing at him with curiosity. He smiled and waved at her, asking if she was ready to go out and get the toy she wanted. Eri's face lit up with happiness as she nodded. Izuku chuckled while stretching, then asked if she was truly ready. Eri nodded enthusiastically, and he playfully confirmed her certainty multiple times, eliciting giggles from her. Satisfied, he remarked on how much he liked her enthusiasm before stepping out of the room. As he closed the door behind them, Chisaki cautioned him not to lose her, to which Izuku assured him he would take care of her. Chisaki mused that their project was nearly complete, relieved he wouldn't need Eri that day. Izuku wandered the city with Eri, both of them exposed, with nothing to conceal their faces or scars. To the world, Izuku was not recognized as a villain but rather as someone missing, and few actively sought out missing persons, aside from the police. Most people were too absorbed in their own lives to care. However, he noticed some glances directed at him, particularly at his arms and eyes. He could hear whispers of concern, questions about his well-being, his relationship with Eri, and the state of his eyes. The comments about his dull gaze and the bandages on Eri's arms began to frustrate him. He tightened his grip on Eri's hand, causing her to wince slightly. Realizing his mistake, he quickly apologized, relieved when she assured him it was okay, expressing her belief in his kindness. Eri then asked if she could inquire about his scars. When he encouraged her to call him Izuku, she did so with a smile. She gently took his hand with both of hers and asked if her father hurt him too. Izuku acknowledged her curiosity about his scars and explained that they were old and had never faded. When she pressed for details on how he got them, he playfully noted her inquisitive nature, wondering if her lack of fear was the reason. He reassured her that he didn't want her to be afraid of him and revealed that he had caused the scars himself. Eri's question about why he did it prompted a moment of reflection for Izuku. He took her hand again as they navigated through an alleyway to avoid crowds, keeping a hand in his pocket where a pocket knife was stored. He shared that he had once been at a very low point in his life, where he felt lost and without purpose. Eri, confused, asked what he meant, and Izuku smiled down at her, assuring her that it was nothing to worry about. He promised they would find her toy and make her happy. When Eri asked if he had hated himself, Izuku felt a pang in his chest. He paused, then lifted her with a smile, declaring that he had indeed struggled but had come through as a survivor. He encouraged her to believe in herself, promising to save her and to be there for her. Eri expressed concern about the dangers he might face, but Izuku reassured her that he would be like a heroic big brother, urging her to trust him. He had a plan, but it was a secret. Eri agreed, but her thoughts lingered on her grandfather, who still had not woken up. Izuku promised her that he would always be there for her. Eri wiped a tear from her eye and embraced him tightly, expressing her gratitude. Izuku chuckled lightly as he gently set her back down on the ground. Eri hesitated, her voice trembling as she asked if this meant he was happy now and if she would ever find happiness too. Izuku's expression turned serious as he revealed that he was not happy at all. He felt sadness, betrayal, neglect, doubt, and discouragement. He admitted that Eri had a better chance of finding happiness than he did, which is why he vowed to protect her, even if he did not see himself as a hero. He couldn't bear the thought of a child ending up broken like him. 𝐼 lamented that her quirk was the source of her troubles, expressing her frustration and despair. She felt abandoned and wished for everything to stop. Overwhelmed with emotion, she clung to Izuku. Izuku contemplated the idea of taking her quirk away, but 𝐼's eyes widened in fear. She didn't want him to suffer because of her powers, fearing that it would lead to more pain. Understanding her concerns, he decided to change the subject and continued their walk to the toy store. When they arrived, 𝐼's eyes sparkled at the sight of the toys, and she eagerly pressed her hands against the glass. Izuku gently pulled her back, reminding her about the germs on the window and how particular Chisaki was about cleanliness. 𝐼 shivered at the mention of his name. Izuku took out a disinfecting wipe and cleaned her hands, wanting to avoid any trouble. After disposing of the wipe, he pointed to a toy in the window, asking if it was what she wanted. 𝐼 beamed and nodded, taking his hand and leading him into the store. She dashed to the toy, examining the box with excitement. Izuku called out to her playfully, and she returned with the toy, handing it to him for payment. At the counter, the clerk gave Izuku a curious look, asking if he was the one who had been missing. Izuku clarified that he was not missing and explained that 𝐼 was his cousin who had been in a car accident but was healing well. The clerk expressed relief that she was okay, and Izuku shared that he was buying her a toy to cheer her up. After thanking the clerk, he handed the bag to 𝐼, who smiled brightly. As they left the store, 𝐼 commented on how nosy the clerk was. 𝐼 then asked if she could save him too and make him happy. Izuku appreciated her sentiment but explained that there was only one thing in the world that could truly make him happy, a wish he couldn't share, as it would never come true if he did. 𝐼 giggled at the idea of wishing on a star, but her expression shifted to concern when Izuku suddenly halted. He pulled her into an alleyway, using the shadows to conceal them as 𝐿𝐴𝐴 and a few policemen passed by. Izuku realized they were in a dangerous area where his friends had been attacked, and he needed to avoid being caught. Once the coast was clear, he reassured 𝐼 that they were safe and reminded her to keep her toy close. Just then, a policeman approached, causing Izuku's heart to race. He couldn't afford to be seen, fearing what the officer would think if he looked into his eyes. He quickly led 𝐼 further down the alley, instructing her to stay quiet, cover her ears, and close her eyes as he handed her his noise-canceling headphones. As the officer ran past, Izuku climbed a nearby building, putting on his gloves and retrieving his favorite knife, ready to protect 𝐼 at all costs. He reflected on how long it had been since he had engaged in such an act as he waited for the man to appear around the corner. With impeccable timing, he leaped from the building, landing squarely on the officer. His feet connected with the man's back, and he swiftly drew his knife, ensuring the man would not speak of what had happened. Breathing heavily, he attempted to calm his racing heart as adrenaline surged through him. It had been days since he had felt this thrill, the rush of excitement that made him feel alive and liberated with every life he took. In that moment, he felt invincible. Glancing up at the building from which he had jumped, he grinned, relieved that his timing had been perfect. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. He looked down at the lifeless body and dragged his knife from the back of the man's neck to his throat, confirming that he was indeed dead. Standing up, he retrieved a wipe from his pocket to clean his knife and hands, then lit a match to burn the wipe. For good measure, he tossed the match onto the man's body, watching as the fabric began to smolder. He couldn't help but chuckle at the unfortunate turn of events before turning away to retrieve 𝐼. He slid his knife back into its holder beneath his armband and made his way back to the alley where he had left 𝐼. Quietly moving boxes aside, he found the young girl with her head resting on her lap, headphones covering her ears. He chuckled softly and gently tapped her knee. 𝐼 hesitantly opened her eyes, slowly lifting her head, tears glistening in her eyes from fear of being discovered and disappointing Izuku. However, her expression brightened when she saw him smiling down at her. She quickly leaped into his arms, hugging him tightly, which made him laugh. Izuku gently patted her head and pulled back to look at her. He suggested that they had had enough excitement for one day, and 𝐼 nodded slowly, allowing him to pick her up and carry her out of the alleyway. As they walked a few blocks, He could hear the sound of police rushing toward the area where he had encountered the officer. Whispers filled the air about a fire that had started nearby and was spreading. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at how fascinated people seemed to be by danger and tragedy. In the distance, he heard an explosion but chose not to turn around, unlike many others who were drawn by curiosity. He remained unfazed, knowing that the fire had likely spread to a propane tank left carelessly by the building from which he had jumped. This raised a question in his mind. Who would leave a propane tank out in the open like that? Eri asked about the noise, and he reassured her that there was nothing to worry about. As long as they were safe, everything was fine. He pointed out that the pro-heroes were on the scene, confident that they would handle whatever had occurred. Eri gazed at the smoke rising into the sky and at the citizens around them, captivated by the heroes at work. With a small sigh, she looked down at Izuku and nodded. He smiled at her and continued walking toward the 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬 building, knowing that what Eri didn't know wouldn't hurt her. A few hours later, after bringing Eri back, he managed to sneak out again. With a black and green umbrella in hand and a black hoodie to help him blend into the night, he ventured out as the storm had just subsided. He felt a mix of nerves and excitement about his plan. If it succeeded, he could set everything into motion, but if it failed, he wondered what would happen to him. He questioned whether he could escape quickly enough or if he could maintain his composure. There was no evidence linking him to the killings, unless someone had a quirk that could read minds. If they discovered the truth, he would face dire consequences. He had only taken 2 lives, but he considered claiming that the League had coerced him, that they had brainwashed him. Katsuki already believed that narrative, but would it hold up? His thoughts were interrupted when he bumped into someone. He recognized the voice immediately. It was Katsuki Bakugo, who expressed his frustration at being bumped into. Izuku realized he had inadvertently summoned him into this situation. Katsuki questioned why Izuku was out in such weather, and Izuku stammered that he was lost and looking for the police station. Katsuki groaned and began walking in the opposite direction, indicating the way to the station. Grateful, Izuku followed him, feeling a mix of confusion and relief. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Katsuki what he was doing out so late. Katsuki simply replied that he needed fresh air. Izuku took in the scent of the rain-soaked streets as they walked. Then, Katsuki surprised him with a question about whether he had finally escaped the League. Izuku was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Katsuki pressed further, asking if Izuku was going home. Izuku stammered, trying to find the right words. Katsuki pointed out that it was rather inconsiderate of Izuku to have pushed him off a building, and Izuku chuckled, admitting he had known Katsuki would survive. He explained that he wouldn't risk Katsuki's safety by being seen together, and when asked about his plans, he revealed that he wasn't going back. Katsuki growled, questioning why he would go to the police station, suggesting that it could lead to trouble. Izuku rolled his eyes in frustration, reiterating that he hadn't committed any crimes. He was merely being used for observation. He hinted that his visit to the police station involved a rather unsettling situation. A little girl in need of rescue was mentioned, prompting Katsuki to glance at Izuku, who maintained an expressionless demeanor as they walked side by side. Izuku stated that belief was unnecessary, but emphasized that Katsuki would never achieve his dream of becoming a pro-hero if he refused to investigate a potential case involving a girl in dire need. Katsuki, frustrated yet aware of Izuku's truth, demanded to know more about the situation. Izuku calmly explained that the girl possessed a unique quirk she could not control, which led to her being mistreated by the leader of the 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬. This villain exploited her quirk for his own gain, using her BLD to create a certain product, the nature of which Izuku was uncertain about. When Katsuki asked for clarification on the abuse, Izuku described how the leader could harm her and then restore her, illustrating the severity of the situation. Katsuki, still skeptical, questioned Izuku's motives, wondering how he could trust someone associated with the League of Villains. Izuku expressed his genuine concern for the girl, admitting that while he felt trapped by the League, he still wanted to help her. He acknowledged the League's disdain for the 𝐒𝐮𝐲𝐬 and believed the pro-heroes would share that sentiment. Katsuki's frustration grew as he pressed for more information about the leader. Izuku revealed that the leader's name was Kai Chisaki, known as 𝗟𝗶𝗸, a B-ranked villain with the power to disassemble and reassemble anything he touched. His goal appeared to be the destruction of quirks, possibly linked to the product he was creating. Izuku's willingness to share information surprised Katsuki, who questioned the connection among villains. Izuku simply stated that he would do anything to help the girl, emphasizing that he still had compassion despite his circumstances. He suggested that Katsuki or the pro heroes could locate the 𝗂𝗂𝐽𝐻𝐼. As Izuku attempted to leave, Katsuki caught his wrist, demanding he stay. Izuku felt uneasy under the intensity of Katsuki's voice, hoping no one else was nearby. Katsuki expressed his longing for Izuku to return, but Izuku reiterated that he could not go back, fearing for his safety and that of his mother. Katsuki proposed that they could hide together and seek help from the pro heroes to dismantle the League, but Izuku hesitated. Katsuki's concern for him was unexpected, prompting a mix of emotions in Izuku. He questioned why Katsuki suddenly cared about his well-being, recalling the past when Katsuki had shown him little kindness. Katsuki's frustration peaked as he insisted that Izuku was not himself, urging him to recognize the toll the League had taken on him. Izuku, with a hint of a smile, remarked on Katsuki's unexpected concern, challenging him about the change in his attitude. Katsuki's reaction to being called by his full name caught him off guard, revealing a deeper hurt. Izuku confronted Katsuki about the pain he had caused in the past, questioning why he had treated him so poorly if he truly cared. He expressed the feeling of being trapped, away from Katsuki as he had always wanted. Katsuki's anger flared as he grappled with the truth, realizing that his longing for Izuku to return was rooted in more than just concern for his mother. He missed the companionship they once shared. During his time at 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸, he recognized that many individuals possessed incredible quirks, and he reluctantly admitted that some might have surpassed his own. However, Izuku was the only one who made him feel as though he could achieve anything and be the best, capable of claiming the top spot. He found it difficult to acknowledge his feelings for Izuku, wishing every day that he could turn back time and alter the future. He yearned to rewind time and apologize for everything he had done to the boy who had endured so much. Katsuki expressed his feelings, revealing that he missed Izuku, who had always been there for him, cheering him on despite his attempts to push him away. He struggled to articulate the depth of his emotions, feeling embarrassed to admit them simply because Izuku had prompted him to do so. Izuku felt a surge of anger as he realized that Katsuki's sentiments were rooted in nostalgia rather than understanding. Katsuki missed the version of Izuku who always got back up, no matter how many times he was knocked down. Katsuki acknowledged the changes in Izuku, admitting that the League had impacted him negatively. He declared his determination to help Izuku, vowing to rescue him from his difficult situation and bring him back home, promising to fix what had been broken between them. He recognized his past mistakes and expressed regret for driving Izuku away during their middle school years. Izuku was taken aback by Katsuki's apology, stepping closer in disbelief. Katsuki, frustrated, pointed out that he was the only one present to apologize. They discussed the fate of their friends, and Katsuki learned of Ida's tragic fate, which left him visibly upset. As Katsuki pondered the situation, Izuku quietly slipped away, using the shadows to conceal his departure, a grin forming on his face as he felt a sense of clarity. In the days that followed, Izuku found himself in a room provided by Chisaki, reflecting on his bond with 𝗟𝗏. He was determined to grow closer to her, wanting to protect her and keep her safe. Toga, cheerful and playful, interrupted his thoughts, sitting on his lap and teasing him about his feelings. Izuku responded with a playful remark, leading to a light-hearted exchange about his preferences, which he cleverly sidestepped. As their banter continued, Izuku heard a knock at the door, and his demeanor shifted from annoyance to excitement when 𝗟𝗏 entered. He welcomed her warmly, eager to know what she needed. 𝗟𝗏 hesitated, revealing that there were many people outside and that her father wanted everyone prepared for a fight. Izuku's expression turned serious as he processed her words, ready to support her and face whatever challenges lay ahead. He expressed that he wanted both of them to escape. He also instructed her to keep a box safe, assuring her he would return for it once everything was resolved. Izuku accepted the box from 𝗟𝗏, peering inside. His eyes widened at the sight of the completed item that could aid him in achieving his goal. A broad grin spread across his face as he let out a long sigh of relief, whispering to himself that it was finally time. He tucked the box into a pocket of his vest and approached Eri with a smile. Eri looked down at the ground as Izuku neared her. "Dear little Eri, there's no need to be sad. Everything will be all right," he said as he lifted her into his arms, glancing back at Toga with a grin. He encouraged Toga to do everything possible to bring Shigaraki to them, noting that they had likely overstayed their welcome. Toga beamed at the realization of his plan and assured him she would take care of it as she saluted him, prompting a smirk from Izuku as he exited the room. Eri informed him about the elevator, and Izuku promptly pressed the button, waiting for the doors to open. Once inside, he stood quietly until Eri broke the silence. She wondered if they would ever truly escape from their situation. Izuku reassured her, stating that once they left, she would never have to see Chisaki again, as the professionals would ensure her safety. He had orchestrated the entire plan to save her. As the doors opened, he was greeted by his friends Todoroki and Twice. Todoroki couldn't help but smile at the sight of Izuku, missing his familiar presence. Without Izuku, he felt lost among the other members, especially around 𝗟𝗶𝐻𝗸, who often watched him silently. Twice rushed over, excited to see Izuku, and embraced him. Izuku internally lamented the awkwardness of the situation but maintained his composure. Twice exclaimed how long it had been since they last saw each other, and Izuku warned him against any overly affectionate gestures. Twice playfully remarked on Izuku's snappy demeanor, to which Izuku replied that he simply wanted to complete their mission without delay. He instructed Twice to head upstairs to assist Toga and inquired about Shigaraki's presence. Twice confirmed that Shigaraki was indeed there, explaining that Toga had confessed to a planned betrayal under duress. Izuku noticed Eri trembling in his arms and asked if something was wrong. Eri expressed her fear of Shin, the man Izuku had mentioned, and suggested they turn back, fearing for their safety and the possibility of more harm coming to others because of her. Izuku maintained a stoic expression, focused on the mission at hand despite Eri's worries. He was determined to become the strongest villain in Japan, believing that eliminating the competition was the path to achieving that goal. He urged Twice to stop lingering and get moving, prompting a cheerful response from Twice as he entered the elevator. Izuku walked down the dimly lit hallway, feeling a sense of calm as he listened to the echoes of their footsteps until a loud explosion erupted from above. He asked Shoto which heroes were raiding the building, to which Shoto admitted he hadn't seen them clearly but confirmed that Eraserhead was among them. Izuku shook his head, recognizing that Chisaki would be interested in Eraserhead's presence. Shoto inquired if Izuku had obtained what he needed, to which Izuku confirmed he had, mentioning the 3 bullets he had secured for various purposes. Shoto then asked about Eri, and Izuku explained that the heroes would take her, acknowledging her potential but also his longing to keep her safe from falling into the wrong hands. He mused that perhaps she would seek him out again when she was older. Eri suddenly declared her intention to find him in the future, expressing her gratitude for his kindness and her longing to remain connected. She wanted to be his little sister again and promised to return once she had learned to control her quirk. Izuku chuckled softly at her unexpected outburst, feeling a warmth he hadn't anticipated. He smiled genuinely at her and agreed to her wish, encouraging her to live a normal life and learn to 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻 her abilities. Eri nodded with determination, assuring him she would return once she had mastered her quirk and no longer posed a danger to anyone. Izuku felt a weight in his heart as he considered the implications of his actions. He acknowledged Eri's concerns with a gentle hum, then glanced up at the ceiling, noticing cracks beginning to form. He muttered to himself, realizing they had lingered too long. Grabbing Todoroki's arm, he urged them to move. Just as they escaped, the ceiling gave way, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the hallway. Izuku quickly covered Eri's nose and mouth, urging her to hold her breath and remain calm. As the smoke cleared, he turned to see Katsuki Bakugo emerging from the rubble, his presence both familiar and daunting. Izuku felt a mix of relief and apprehension. He hushed Todoroki, who was about to speak, as he focused on Katsuki. Katsuki's brash voice cut through the tension, acknowledging Todoroki's presence. The conversation shifted to accusations and misunderstandings, revealing the strain between them. Izuku, ever optimistic, approached Katsuki with a friendly gesture, suggesting they work together to escape. Katsuki, though reluctant, agreed, driven by his own motivations. Todoroki, concerned about the situation, whispered to Izuku, who reassured him that everything would be fine. Eri clung to Izuku, her worry evident. Izuku maintained his cheerful demeanor, masking the turmoil beneath. Suddenly, Toga's voice echoed through the hall, catching their attention. Bakugo instinctively prepared for confrontation, but Izuku approached Toga with a sense of camaraderie, praising her efforts. Katsuki's confusion deepened as he watched Izuku interact with the villains, questioning his motives. Izuku, sensing Katsuki's bewilderment, teased him about his confusion, further aggravating Bakugo. The tension escalated as Bakugo threatened to unleash his power, but Izuku remained unfazed, challenging him to act. Toga and Twice, seemingly unfazed by the hostility, exchanged playful banter, adding to the chaotic atmosphere. As Bakugo struggled to 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐸 his quirk, Izuku revealed his own abilities, claiming to have taken Bakugo's power. The revelation shocked Katsuki, who demanded answers, feeling betrayed. Izuku's demeanor shifted, revealing a darker side as he toyed with Bakugo's emotions, drawing parallels to their past struggles and feelings of inadequacy. The atmosphere thickened with tension as Izuku's intentions became increasingly ambiguous, leaving everyone questioning their alliances and the path ahead. Izuku let out a laugh that was filled with malice, reveling in the chaos around him. He turned to Shoto, urging him to take action as he noticed the tension in the air. Katsuki glared at Shoto, desperate for help. Shoto expressed his regret, but his loyalty lay with Midoriya. Izuku chuckled, enjoying the moment. He taunted Shoto, suggesting that losing his quirk would lead to a harsh reality, especially with his father's expectations looming over him. The thought of being cast out from their group seemed to terrify Shoto, who stared back at Izuku in disbelief. Izuku's playful demeanor turned sinister as he reminded Shoto of his past actions, hinting at the consequences of disobedience. Shoto clenched his fists, battling his anger and fear, knowing that one misstep could cost him dearly. He reluctantly acknowledged Izuku's authority. Katsuki, unable to contain his frustration, growled under his breath, while Izuku laughed at his defiance. Twice jumped in, defending their leader and challenging Katsuki's attitude. As the tension escalated, Katsuki attempted to assert himself, but was abruptly interrupted by Toga's swift kick, sending him to the ground. He muttered a curse, feeling the sting of embarrassment. Toga, with a playful tone, explained that their leader did not appreciate being interrupted. She continued to express her excitement, emphasizing how cute she found Katsuki, despite the danger that came with it. Izuku, unfazed, acknowledged Toga's cleverness and shifted the conversation back to Katsuki, who had questions. Katsuki inquired about Izuku's leadership role within the league. Izuku clarified that he was second in command, revealing his ambition to take over by eliminating Shigaraki. He explained the dynamics of their powers and how 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐸's abilities would ultimately lead to victory, while the heroes above would be challenged. Curiosity piqued, Katsuki pressed for more information, but Izuku kept him guessing, hinting at a plan that would benefit everyone involved, including saving Eri from her troubled situation. He proposed a deal to Katsuki, offering to restore his quirk in exchange for his allegiance. Izuku approached Katsuki, placing his hands on his shoulders, unaware that he had already returned Katsuki's quirk. He warned him of the consequences of refusal, suggesting that he could 𝗟𝗡 Katsuki of his abilities permanently, leaving him powerless and alone. Eri, sensing the tension, clung to Izuku's leg, frightened by the atmosphere. She couldn't comprehend the conflict but wished to see her older brother smile again. Todoroki, feeling compelled to speak, advised Katsuki to consider his choices carefully. Twice echoed this sentiment, reminding Katsuki of the pain he had caused Izuku. Toga added her thoughts, pointing out the weight of Katsuki's actions and the potential consequences of his behavior. Katsuki felt the weight of their words, realizing the truth behind their accusations. He reflected on his past actions and the regret he carried, particularly regarding Izuku's struggles. The thought of having driven someone to such despair weighed heavily on him. Izuku had once been a beacon of joy, filled with admiration for Katsuki. Now, the reality of their fractured friendship loomed large, leaving Katsuki to question his worthiness as a hero. As the years went by, he distanced himself from the boy. He had caused him pain, both physically and mentally. The boy faced neglect from everyone around him: parents, friends, classmates, and teachers. He watched as the light in the boy's eyes faded, taking a twisted satisfaction in it. He made no effort to help when others harmed him, standing by with a smug grin, wanting Deku to understand his place beneath him, in the dirt alongside those who didn't matter. Now, as he looked at the man before him, a man transformed both mentally and physically, with a gun pointed at him and a sinister expression in his eyes, he realized that the boy he once knew was gone forever. Apologies would not change anything. Izuku was no longer the same. He had become stronger, smarter, and more cunning, qualities that Katsuki could never have imagined little Deku possessing. Bakugo Katsuki found himself beneath Izuku's power and influence, exactly where he should have always been. Izuku pressed on the trigger slightly, urging Katsuki to make a choice: lose him and his quirk, or stay by his side and keep it. The tension hung in the air, and Katsuki, feeling cornered, reluctantly agreed to work with Izuku, surprising him. Katsuki acknowledged the truth of the situation, admitting that Izuku had become formidable and that it was his own fault for allowing things to escalate. Eri, a silver-haired girl, interjected, defending Izuku and expressing her belief that he was not a monster. She pleaded for Katsuki to stop hurting him, revealing how much Izuku meant to her and how he had helped her find joy again. Eri's heartfelt words struck Katsuki, leaving him speechless. Izuku holstered his gun, having received the answer he sought. He was not upset, merely surprised. He lifted Eri into his arms, reassuring her that she didn't need to cry for him. Eri insisted on defending him, calling him her big brother and expressing her longing to ensure his safety. Izuku, though unfamiliar with such affection, appreciated her kindness and suggested they focus on getting her to safety. As they moved forward, Izuku checked in with his companions, confirming their readiness. They approached a door, and Eri hugged Izuku tightly, knowing their time together was short. Upon opening the door, they found themselves outside, where Izuku spotted Overhaul being defeated by 𝐒𝐻𝐬, a hero he admired. He was captivated by 𝐒𝐻𝐬's fighting style but recognized his own limitations. Eri's voice broke through his thoughts, expressing her reluctance to leave him. Izuku encouraged her to be brave, promising that they would reunite when she learned to control her quirk. He assured her that if she couldn't find him, he would find her. Eri sought reassurance, and Izuku made her a promise, asking her to vow that she would return to him, regardless of what happened. Eri, confused yet trusting, hugged him tightly, tears in her eyes as she said goodbye. Izuku reassured her that this was not the end, and as he stepped back, he instructed twice to call 𝐷𝐵 and arrange their meeting. Eri peeked around the corner and noticed a silver-haired man being carried out among others who were injured. Izuku followed her gaze and saw an indigo-haired boy being carried alongside Tamura, 𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸, Eraserhead, and Kirishima. Observing their condition, Izuku smirked at Bakugo, questioning his lack of concern for their state. He noted that Tamura Shigaraki was no longer a threat, and with a sigh, he pushed Eri gently into the open, ready to face whatever came next. Eri gasped and turned to look at Izuku. He told her it was time to go and reminded her of their promise. As he turned away and walked off, he gestured for everyone else to follow. Eri stood frozen, tears streaming down her face as she watched the one person who brought her joy leave her. However, she knew that if she worked hard, she would see him again. With renewed determination, she took a deep breath, nodded to herself, and ran toward the heroes, ready to embrace her new life in hopes of reuniting with her big brother. Nearby, police officers noticed her and quickly approached to check on her. Eri looked around nervously at the heroes until she froze upon seeing a familiar face. Chisaki was being skirted into the back of a black truck. She remained still until the truck and a police cruiser finally drove away. Letting out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, she glanced back at the officer who asked if she was okay, to which she nodded. Izuku sat beside Katsuki in the back of an armored truck, which a lackey had picked them up in. Katsuki was restrained with cuffs that prevented him from using his quirk. He questioned the point of the cuffs if his quirk had already been taken away. Izuku replied that he had returned it but still didn't trust him. Until he could be sure Katsuki wouldn't fight against him, he planned to administer a sort of medicine that would bring out his darkest desires. Katsuki, still in disbelief at the transformation of his childhood friend, asked who Izuku really was. Izuku introduced himself in a flamboyant manner, prompting laughter from 𝐷𝐷𝐵 and Mr. 𝐼𝐴. Izuku chuckled and suggested they get the show on the road. As 𝐷𝐷𝐵 raised his hands, blue flames began to swirl around them, and he shouted for the plan. Izuku instructed them to destroy the cruiser, take out the occupants, keep Chisaki alive, and seize his quirk. Mr. 𝐼𝐴 responded with enthusiasm, throwing a marble-like object at the police cruiser that transformed into an oversized boulder. Izuku watched with interest as sand emerged from the car to block the impending impact, which 𝐷𝐵𝐵 countered with flames. Izuku leaped onto the police cruiser, landing on the hood with a grin as he drew his gun and shot through the windshield, incapacitating the driver. A hero wrapped Izuku in sand, lifting him off the cruiser and giving him a moment to reach the driver's seat. The hero challenged him, declaring that he was fighting a losing battle. Izuku maintained his smile, laughing at the hero's words, confidently stating that he had no hope of winning alone, which was precisely why he would succeed, because they underestimated him. Mr. 𝐼𝐴 threw another marble, revealing a car that hurtled toward the hero without any visible means of propulsion. As he and 𝐷𝐵𝐵 jumped off the armored truck, the sand hero exited the cruiser, releasing Izuku. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku rebounded off the car Mr. 𝐼𝐴 had summoned and aimed for the black truck containing Chisaki. He shot at the windshield, relishing the fear on the officer's face as he took control of the steering wheel, causing the truck to flip onto its side. He jumped off just in time, landing near Mr. 𝐼𝐴 and 𝐷𝐵𝐵, who were engaged in a struggle with Snatch. As Snatch used sand to shield himself from the flames, Mr. 𝐼𝐴 threw a marble, trapping the hero within it. Katsuki watched in frustration, unable to comprehend how Izuku had become so powerful and why his friends seemed so 𝐒𝐵𝐵𝐸 to him. Katsuki shouted at Todoroki, demanding to know how Izuku had managed to change so much in such a short time. Todoroki explained that he would be a hypocrite to oppose Izuku, revealing that he had been played just like Katsuki since the day Izuku had made himself known to 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐴. Chisaki lay on the ground, chained and defeated, as Izuku stood over him with a grin. He acknowledged Chisaki, the leader of the Shy Hasaikai, and noted that he had managed to escape. Chisaki expressed relief that Izuku had followed through on his promise, believing he could continue his work. Izuku, however, had other plans. He thanked Chisaki for making his job easier and revealed that they would learn what it meant to lose everything together. He explained that Eri was now with the heroes, and he had given her up, claiming she was too much of a danger to him. Before Chisaki could react, Izuku burst into laughter, knowing Chisaki would understand the gravity of the situation. Izuku had the box that was given to him, but he decided to keep it. The reason was simple: he no longer needed it, especially now that circumstances had changed. He felt a sense of satisfaction in holding on to it, and with a confident smile, he revealed that he had one more thing to take from Chisaki. Chisaki looked at him with fear, questioning whether Izuku intended to end his life. Izuku reassured him, stating that he would never commit such a terrible act. Instead, he had devised something even worse. With a swift motion, he compressed a portion of Chisaki's arms into a sphere. Mr. 𝐼𝐴 stepped closer, chuckling as he picked up the marble, mentioning it was for the arm and in memory of a close friend. He added that those who despised quirks didn't deserve to have one, suggesting that hopes and dreams would now rest with him. Izuku laughed as he turned away, heading back to their truck with his hands in his pockets, flanked by 𝐷𝐵𝐵 and Mr. 𝐼𝐴, who followed their new leader. Katsuki groaned in pain, covered in cuts and bruises from Izuku's rigorous training. It had been 4 days since he had allowed himself to be captured, and Izuku believed that if Katsuki was to join the villains, he needed to abandon his hero mentality, similar to Todoroki. Initially, Izuku had planned to give him a pill, but he opted for a more intense method of breaking him down. Katsuki questioned why Izuku had changed, expressing disbelief at the transformation he had undergone. Izuku felt a sense of joy that after days of silence, Katsuki finally spoke to him. The lack of response had frustrated Izuku, leading him to lash out in anger. Izuku explained that nothing had truly been done to him. This was all a result of Katsuki's actions. He insisted that he was still the same person, but the supportive boy Katsuki once knew was gone. He stepped closer, whispering that Katsuki had been responsible for that loss. The pain and sorrow on Katsuki's face brought Izuku a twisted sense of satisfaction. Katsuki expressed regret, wishing he had known better. Izuku challenged him, asserting that he would have done nothing differently. He recounted the pain Katsuki had inflicted on him, detailing how he had been laughed at and mistreated for his dreams. He revealed that Tomura Shigaraki had recognized his worth and appreciated him for his abilities, contrasting that with the way Katsuki had treated him. Katsuki flinched at the intensity of Izuku's voice, which only fueled Izuku's delight in seeing fear on his former friend's face. He explained that Tomura had provided him with a place where he felt valued, and he was grateful for that. When Katsuki questioned why Izuku had killed Tomura, Izuku simply admitted it was out of jealousy. Katsuki's anger was palpable, but it faded when he met Izuku's cold gaze. Izuku revealed that Katsuki had always been his primary target. After observing Tomura lead the villains for years, he realized he wanted the same respect and acknowledgement. He had been offered a chance to lead if anything happened to Tomura, and he understood that to rise to the top, he had to eliminate him. Katsuki demanded to know how Izuku had obtained a quirk, suspecting he had lied about being quirkless. Izuku confirmed that he had indeed been quirkless until after a significant event. He explained that his current quirk was a result of being injected with All-for-One's DNA, a painful process that ultimately worked in his favor. He then confirmed that he had killed 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐼, revealing that he had been manipulating Katsuki and the rest of Class 1A from the beginning. He had initially met 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐼 when she showed pity for him, and he had used that opportunity to learn about her and the others, including All Might and Todoroki. Izuku continued to engage with Katsuki after that fateful day, eventually persuading him to join his cause. He sought to gather information about everyone's quirks for future plans, knowing that he maintained profiles detailing each student's name and abilities. To obtain these files, he devised a scheme involving 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐼, using Toga to impersonate her at school. That was the moment Katsuki discovered Izuku was still alive, a revelation Izuku had orchestrated by instructing Toga to inform him. As for 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐼, Izuku had taken extreme measures, ensuring she would not interfere with his plans. He still possessed her head, a grim trophy from his actions. The files he acquired were intended to convince Tomura to strategize a more effective attack on you, as the previous attempt had descended into chaos. On that same day, he had contacted Todoroki, instructing him to play along as he feigned vulnerability. Katsuki looked up at Izuku, wanting to voice his thoughts but hesitating. Izuku encouraged him to speak, eager for the next question. Katsuki felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had never anticipated feeling fear towards Izuku. This was not how things were meant to unfold. Izuku, once the timid boy who trailed behind him, now exuded an unsettling confidence, a glint of malice in his eyes. Izuku seemed to revel in Katsuki's discomfort, laughing as he watched him struggle. Katsuki had lost his quirk once more and found himself defenseless, feeling the weight of bullying pressing down on him. Was this how Izuku had felt all those years ago? Was this the torment that had driven his childhood friend to such extremes? Katsuki realized he could no longer call himself a hero if he was capable of inflicting this much pain. To say Katsuki was afraid would be an understatement. He was terrified. The thought of defying Izuku filled him with dread. Would he meet the same fate as 𝗟𝗏𝐼𝐼? Izuku waved a hand in front of Katsuki's face, breaking his trance. He expressed his relief that this session was not another dull moment of silence. With a playful slap, he brought Katsuki back to reality, greeting him with a grin. Katsuki thought to himself, feeling a surge of anger. He finally managed to ask Izuku if he had orchestrated the second attack on 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐦𝐸. Izuku confirmed his involvement, explaining that he aimed to expose the hero's incompetence in protecting their students, even going so far as to have Ida kidnapped. Katsuki questioned Izuku's motives and the choice of Ida. Izuku's response revealed his disdain for the hero system, claiming that heroes often sought fame and fortune rather than genuine altruism. He expressed his own disillusionment with heroism, stating that he had acted out of boredom and a longing to prove a point. Katsuki was appalled by Izuku's twisted reasoning. Izuku took pleasure in revealing that he had initiated Ida's demise as part of a cruel initiation into their growing group of villains, relishing the thought that Ida could never return to being a hero. He taunted Katsuki, suggesting that he too would eventually have to take a life, as everything unfolding was a consequence of Katsuki's actions. Katsuki protested, insisting that it wasn't true. Izuku challenged him to consider his feelings for his friend Kirishima, mocking him for his emotional turmoil. As Izuku turned away, retrieving an old wooden chair, he settled in front of Katsuki, leaning back with a satisfied grin. Katsuki's heart raced as he confronted Izuku, finally admitting that his harsh treatment stemmed from his own insecurities. He had wanted to project strength, fearing vulnerability in a world where he felt threatened. Izuku dismissed Katsuki's confession, showing no empathy for his struggles. He revealed his true nature, a manipulative force devoid of genuine emotion, relishing in the power he held over Katsuki. Katsuki, feeling a mix of dread and defiance, posed one final question about Izuku's intentions. Izuku's answer was chilling. He had no real lesson to impart. Instead, he sought to make Katsuki experience the torment he had endured, reveling in the prospect of breaking him down. He promised that even if Katsuki managed to escape, he would always be there, ready to drag him back into despair. When the agreement to join was made, it was understood that ownership was established. The rules set forth would be followed, and any thoughts of betrayal would lead to dire consequences. The collection of heads was not just a metaphor, it was a chilling reality. Izuku glanced at the clock and sighed, realizing it was time to end their conversation. He had other matters to attend to but reassured that he wouldn't be gone long. He expressed his hope that they could talk again soon, relishing the moment of reconnecting. Rising from his chair, he walked to the door, pausing to take one last look at the blonde. He encouraged Katsuki to reflect on their earlier discussion before closing the door behind him. Katsuki hung his head in shame, grappling with the weight of Izuku's words. The realization struck him hard. If he hadn't pushed Izuku away, his two classmates might still be alive. Todoroki would still be in class with him, and his remaining classmates wouldn't be living in fear. He could have protected Izuku, proving his heroism like All Might, but instead he had caused his best friend pain, driving him to madness. The guilt was overwhelming, and he felt unworthy of the title of hero. He believed he belonged with the worst of society, and for the first time in a long while he broke down, mourning all that had been lost. It had been 2 weeks since 𝐼𝐸 was freed from Overhaul, who was now imprisoned and found in a state of disarray. The Sand Hero had explained that 3 villains were responsible for his condition, one of whom remained unnamed. News of Katsuki's capture had spread, and now a detective was questioning 𝐼𝐸 in her hospital room. The detective was eager to learn more about the new face of the League of Villains and the potential kidnappers of Katsuki Bakugo, the champion of the 𝐸𝐸 Sports Festival. The detective inquired about 𝐼𝐸's well-being, to which she replied that she felt okay, relieved to be in a safe place. He introduced himself as Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, inviting her to call him now if it made her more comfortable. 𝐼𝐸 nodded and turned to face him fully. He asked if she would mind answering a few questions regarding her situation. 𝐼𝐸 nodded again, her gaze dropping to her lap. The detective continued, asking how she managed to escape, noting that she had appeared in front of an officer alone. 𝐼𝐸 explained that someone had helped her, describing him as a villain who didn't seem like one. He had been kind and caring, helping her remember how to smile. Tears welled in her eyes as she expressed her longing for him, acknowledging his sadness and misunderstanding. She wished she could do something to bring him happiness again. The detective pressed for the name of her helper, but 𝐼𝐸 admitted she didn't know it. When asked about any connections to Chisaki, she mentioned that her father had trusted the boy because he was quirkless, but he had also been the reason for her father's
capture.
Despite being associated with the League of Villains, he had acted more like a hero than a villain. As the detective processed this information, confusion settled in. The idea of a villain acting heroically was unprecedented. He wondered if the boy was working undercover or if he was truly misguided, as 𝐼 suggested. He then asked if she had seen a blonde boy with red eyes, who had gone missing on the day she was brought to the hospital. 𝐼 hesitated, knowing she had to protect Izuku. She feigned ignorance, saying she didn't remember anyone like that, only mentioning a blonde girl whose name she didn't know. The detective reassured her that she was doing well, suggesting it might have been Toga, as some officers had reported seeing her. He concluded the questioning, advising 𝐼 to rest, mentioning that the pro-hero Eraserhead would be her guardian. 𝐼 nodded, watching him leave before turning onto her side, hoping Izuku would be all right. Meanwhile, Katsuki was in a dire situation, bound to a chair, blood trickling down his face. He felt vulnerable and terrified. Izuku confronted him, expressing disappointment over Katsuki's actions. He had given Katsuki a chance to regain his quirk, hoping for understanding and cooperation, but instead, he had been met with aggression. Izuku had intended to train him, to help them see eye to eye, but now it seemed there was no other option. Katsuki's eyes widened in fear as Izuku mentioned a pill designed to alter his mind, bringing forth his darkest desires. The thought of becoming a monster terrified him, and he pleaded for forgiveness, insisting he was truly sorry. Izuku, however, remained unconvinced, knowing Katsuki's history of aggression. The tension in the room was palpable as Katsuki desperately tried to prove his sincerity, but the trust that had been broken was not easily mended. Izuku reflected on the conversation, acknowledging that he had indeed promised a month. He sighed, crossing his arms as he pondered what to do next. All he wanted was his friend back. His goal was to change the world by eliminating the false heroes who sought fame and fortune rather than genuinely helping others. He questioned why 𝐾𝐿 opposed him so vehemently when all he aimed to do was assist everyone. 𝐾𝐿 confronted him, pointing out the harm Izuku was causing and the way he had abandoned his mother, leaving her feeling like a failure. Izuku challenged him, asking if there was any other way to achieve their goals. He expressed that if 𝐾𝐿 could propose a better solution, he would willingly turn himself in for his mistakes. He even suggested that perhaps his mother had her own shortcomings. 𝐾𝐿 fell silent, struggling to find an alternative approach. He understood Izuku's perspective. The hero system was flawed, and the powerful, popular heroes were nearly impossible to remove without drastic measures. Izuku raised an eyebrow, sensing 𝐾𝐿's frustration. He pointed out that 𝐾𝐿 was still clinging to hope for rescue, believing that if he made enough noise, someone would come. Izuku reminded him that the heroes had failed to save him and others, including a little girl, and that he had been the one to save her by using his wits. He questioned what made 𝐾𝐿 think the heroes could save him now, suggesting that it would be easier to accept their current reality. He offered to help 𝐾𝐿 if he would only give him a chance. 𝐾𝐿 was skeptical, questioning how Izuku could possibly assist him. Izuku assured him that joining him would reveal everything. 𝐾𝐿 demanded to know how he could trust Izuku's intentions. Izuku reiterated that joining him was the only way to understand his true goals. Frustrated, 𝐾𝐿 realized he wouldn't know unless he experienced it for himself. After a moment of contemplation, 𝐾𝐿 reluctantly agreed to consider joining Izuku, acknowledging that he wanted to see things for himself. Izuku's excitement grew, and he playfully teased 𝐾𝐿 about his decision. However, he proposed another test to ensure 𝐾𝐿's commitment. As Izuku pulled out his phone, he warned 𝐾𝐿 not to say anything that might jeopardize his safety. He placed a call on speakerphone, and 𝐾𝐿's heart raced when he recognized the voice of his friend, Kirishima. Kirishima expressed concern for 𝐾𝐿's well-being, mentioning the last time he saw him being taken by the League of Villains. He was relieved to hear that Izuku had been rescued but was worried about 𝐾𝐿's disappearance. Izuku listened with a grin, knowing 𝐾𝐿 was powerless to intervene. Kirishima's voice trembled as he spoke about the losses they had faced, including 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐿 and 𝐼𝐿. 𝐾𝐿 felt a surge of anger, wanting to shout the truth to Kirishima, to warn him about Izuku's manipulative nature. Yet, deep down he recognized that Izuku's actions stemmed from the pain he had caused, and he felt responsible for the chaos that had unfolded. As Kirishima's voice cracked with emotion, Izuku muted the call, allowing the moment to sink in. How did it feel to be the reason behind a best friend's tears? Izuku knew Katsuki had relished the moments when he saw Izuku cry and continued to hurt him. Katsuki opened his mouth to shout, but Izuku placed his hand on Katsuki's jaw, forcing his mouth shut with a sly grin. He then unmuted the call and sighed, apologizing to Kiri for the interruption. Kiri reassured him, saying it wasn't his fault and that he wished he could have done more to help. Izuku expressed his frustration about not having a quirk, feeling powerless to assist anyone in need. He had always wanted to save lives and maintain peace, not for fame or money, but because it was his true longing. Kiri listened, wiping his tears, understanding how tough it must have been for Izuku, especially since he had witnessed so much. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the angered expression on Katsuki's face. He admitted that it had been hard and that just thinking about it made him want to cry. He mentioned that he was supposed to see his therapist later that day, as it was recommended he talk to someone about everything that had happened. Kiri expressed his support, wishing Izuku well for his appointment. After saying their goodbyes, Izuku hung up the phone, a wide smirk on his face as he turned back to Katsuki. He clapped his hands, praising Katsuki for his efforts, even if he had faltered a bit. Katsuki asked if he was forgiven, keeping his gaze on the floor. Izuku assured him that he was forgiven but emphasized that they were far from finished. He had meant what he said about breaking Katsuki, wanting to ensure he was true to his words. The only way to do that, he claimed, was to eliminate the one Katsuki admired most, someone who had once been hailed as the #1 hero, Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. Izuku circled Katsuki like a predator, relishing the power he held. Katsuki begged him not to go through with it, but Izuku insisted he could and would. He roughly grabbed Katsuki's jaw, forcing him to look up. He declared that he would take the life of the man who had once been a symbol of hope, and Katsuki would only be able to watch. Outside a store window, Izuku could hear the shouts of concerned citizens as they reacted to the news on the television. They questioned how heroes could still be considered heroes when children were in danger. Izuku chuckled at their sentiments, realizing they shared his frustrations. When a stranger asked what was funny, Izuku explained that he found the situation a mess. He used to respect heroes, but now he wondered if they could truly help when it mattered most. The stranger acknowledged Izuku's perspective, admitting he felt the same way. When the man recognized Izuku as one of the missing children, Izuku smiled sadly and confirmed it. He explained that he had saved himself, not relying on any hero. He recounted how he had pretended to comply with the League's demands and had become a spy, ultimately orchestrating a conflict between the League and the Yakuza that allowed him to escape. The man was shocked to learn that the heroes had merely been pawns in the larger scheme. Izuku shared his disappointment in the heroes' corruption and their lack of concern for the safety of others. He expressed his anger over the missing students and questioned how anyone could feel secure in such a world. As the crowd grew restless, Izuku suggested they protest against the heroes who had failed them. He voiced his frustration about their incompetence and the loss of his friends during a mission that should have been a rescue. He had saved a little girl when the heroes were unable to protect her. His heart ached for those who had suffered while the supposed protectors had let them down. A boy without a quirk rescued a little girl from years of mistreatment. The man acknowledged the boy's bravery, noting that he had been more of a hero than the actual heroes in the past month. The boy expressed his sadness for the students who were frightened about their safety, lamenting that the heroes were unable to guarantee it. He questioned the purpose of heroes if they couldn't fulfill their duties, pointing out that they often caused destruction in their battles, leaving innocent people to bear the costs of repairs. The man agreed, voicing the need for a change and for heroes who genuinely cared. He inquired about the boy's name, to which the boy cheerfully replied that it was Spite. The man remarked that if others viewed him as a villain for his thoughts, he could relate, as he saw the boy as a hero. The boy expressed gratitude for being seen as such, sharing that he had always wanted to be a hero but had been told he couldn't. With a chuckle, the boy left them to ponder his words and pulled out his phone to call Toga, instructing her to fetch Eri. Toga understood that whatever the boy was planning would be significant and potentially disruptive to society. She eagerly agreed, asking if it was related to the mission she had sent 𝐷𝐷 and 𝐿𝐻𝐻 on, to which he confirmed it was. Meanwhile, in the forest, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 and 𝐷𝐷 were digging a large hole as instructed. 𝐻𝐻𝐻, curious about the purpose of the hole, pressed 𝐷𝐷 for answers, but 𝐷𝐷 simply urged him to keep digging, leaving 𝐻𝐻𝐻 with a sense of familiarity towards him. In a hospital room, 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐻 entered with a black bag, finding 𝐼𝐮 sitting on her bed, gazing out the window. He asked how she was feeling, and she replied that she was okay. Upon hearing that Izuku wanted to see her, 𝐼𝐮 perked up and asked if he knew her big brother. 𝐒𝐮𝐻𝐻 revealed that he was in disguise and introduced himself as Toga, recalling that she had worked with Izuku under overhaul. 𝐼𝐮 smiled and rushed to hug her, missing her friend but wondering what Izuku wanted since her quirk was dangerous. Toga reassured her that Izuku didn't need her quirk for his plans and that she would learn more when they met him. Toga then texted 𝐾𝐞𝐬 to open a warp gate to the forest where Izuku, 𝐷𝐷, and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 were waiting. 𝐼𝐮 hesitated at the sight of the dark gate, but Toga encouraged her, assuring her that Izuku would be on the other side. Taking a deep breath, 𝐼𝐮 stepped through the gate, feeling a sudden pull as she was drawn into warm arms. She looked up to see Izuku, her face lighting up with joy as she hugged him tightly. He greeted her warmly, and she expressed how much she had missed him. Izuku explained that he needed her help for an important mission. As Toga joined them, Izuku shared his vision of making the world a better place, expressing his frustration with the corrupt heroes who only sought fame and fortune without caring for public safety. 𝐼𝐮 agreed that it was terrible, and Izuku revealed his plan to take action against the most corrupt hero, All Might. 𝐼𝐮 recognized All Might as the #1 hero, and Izuku explained that she would be helping Toga to bring him to them. He outlined a plan where Toga would pretend to be a child her age, and they would approach All Might, claiming they had heard someone in distress in the forest. 𝐼𝐮 agreed to help, asking what would happen next. Izuku assured her that he would handle everything from there, and 𝐻𝐻𝐻 and 𝑘urojiiri would take her back to the hospital afterward, promising that this wouldn't be a permanent goodbye. 𝐼𝐮 felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as she nodded in response to Izuku's question about her progress with her quirk. She was glad to see him again. Izuku reassured her that he wouldn't leave her alone for long and asked if she understood the plan. 𝐼𝐮 confirmed, and Izuku expressed his gratitude, promising to repay her kindness. 𝐼𝐮 insisted that she didn't need anything in return, explaining that he had helped her smile again and saved her life. Izuku chuckled, appreciating her sentiment. He stood up, stepping back to give her space, and encouraged her to bring All Might by nightfall, mentioning that Toga would accompany her for support. 𝐼𝐮 smiled at Toga, who returned the gesture before asking 𝑘urojiiri to open a warp gate. Izuku watched them enter with a smirk, teasing 𝑘urojiiri about finally listening to him. 𝑘urojiiri stated that he couldn't be angry over a crime Izuku didn't commit. Izuku chuckled, recalling how adamant 𝑘urojiiri had been about his intentions. He walked over to the hole that 𝐻𝐻𝐻 and 𝐷𝐷 had dug, anticipating the excitement of sharing this with 𝐾𝐿. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 questioned Izuku's motives for targeting All Might. Izuku explained that he aimed to fulfill the goals of their league while simultaneously undermining 𝐾𝐿's idol. He relished the thought of the public's reaction to losing their symbol of peace, pondering the chaos that would ensue. Later that night, 𝐼𝐮 held Toshinori's hand, with Toga disguised as another child. Toga urged them to hurry, believing someone was in trouble, and 𝐼𝐮 followed closely, feeling anxious as they ventured deeper into the dark forest. Toga reminded her not to call her by name, insisting it would spoil their game. 𝐼𝐮 expressed her fear, but Toga reassured her that they just needed to find Izuku quickly before All Might realized 𝐼𝐮 was missing. Toshinori, trying to keep up, cautioned the children about running off in the dangerous woods. Once he caught up, he expressed his concern for their safety, and 𝐼𝐮 apologized, feeling guilty. Toshinori comforted her, wanting them to be safe. As they approached a large hole, Toshinori remarked that it resembled a grave. Suddenly, he was struck from behind and fell to the ground, Izuku standing above him with a shovel. Izuku coldly declared it was indeed a grave, specifically for Toshinori. 𝐼𝐮, confused and frightened, asked Izuku what he intended to do. He knelt to hug her, revealing that he was taking care of the person who had distorted his reality. Standing tall, he looked down at her with an emotionless gaze, sending a shiver down her spine. Tashinori struggled to stay conscious, his head pounding and vision fading. He attempted to rise but felt a shard of ice against his neck, realizing it was Shoto. Tashinori questioned Shoto's actions and Shoto apologized, expressing regret for using Eri in this way. Izuku interjected, suggesting that if heroes truly cared, they would have saved her life. Izuku revealed himself as the new leader, grinning as he grabbed Tashinori by the back of his shirt. Tashinori transformed into his muscular form, declaring that Eri was not a pawn for Izuku's ambitions. Izuku laughed maliciously, dodging Tashinori's punch and countering with a blast of energy, causing Tashinori to deflate and collapse. Izuku observed the fallen hero, commenting on the experience of seeing someone lose their strength. When Tashinori inquired about Kaken, Izuku casually mentioned that he was fine, simply borrowing his quirk. He proclaimed that Eri, with her kind heart, belonged to him and that she wanted him, not the heroes. As Tashinori struggled to regain his strength, blood trickled from his mouth. He questioned why he continued to fight, but Izuku taunted him, suggesting that his persistence would only lead to his downfall. Tashinori charged again, but Izuku effortlessly countered, holding him back and dismissing his attempts as futile. Everyone present understood that the frail man could not maintain his form for much longer. Izuku approached him, lifting him by the throat to bring him to eye level. He expressed his frustration about living in a world where people showed indifference simply because they were different. Eri, witnessing the scene, felt a mix of fear and relief, seeing Izuku as her savior, unable to distinguish between hero and villain in that moment. Tashinori urged Eri to escape, warning her of the danger the frail man posed. Izuku silenced Tashinori, accusing him of having failed to save countless lives, including his own. He believed he was saving Eri from people like Tashinori. An explosion erupted from Izuku's hands, sending Tashinori tumbling close to his grave. Izuku picked up a shovel and approached Tashinori, who lay groaning in pain. He asked Eri for one last favor, explaining that he would not be able to see her for a while, but he promised to check in on her. He insisted it was time for her to return to the hospital. As Toga opened a portal, Eri began to resist, not wanting to leave Izuku, who was grappling with intense emotions. Though she could not see it, Izuku wore a wild expression as he raised the shovel high. Once Eri was through the portal, he brought the shovel down, and the sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. He did not stop until he was certain of the finality of his actions. Taking a deep breath, he grinned, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he realized Tashinori was truly gone. The others cheered, celebrating the defeat of one of their greatest enemies. Izuku laughed and turned to a certain blonde tied up nearby, whose eyes were wide with disbelief and horror. He taunted him about witnessing the downfall of his hero at the hands of someone he once deemed worthless. He reminded the blonde that he had seen Tashinori suffer from his own quirk. The blonde protested, insisting that Tashinori did not have to die. Izuku countered that Tashinori's corruption had made it inevitable. He pushed Tashinori's body into the grave, warning the blonde to remain silent or face dire consequences. The blonde squeezed his eyes shut, torn between anger and fear. Izuku approached him, using the tip of his shovel to tilt his head up, revealing his cold, emotionless gaze. The blonde felt as if a predator was looming over him. Izuku expected a response, and the blonde reluctantly acknowledged him. He struggled to suppress his nausea as he noticed the remnants of Tashinori on his chin. Izuku stepped back, and Toga returned through the portal, excited about her task. Izuku inquired about her success, and she reported that she had stayed with Eri until she fell asleep. He expressed his delight and mentioned that they were about to witness some fireworks. Mr. Compress produced 3 marbles from his pocket, ready to assist in their plan. Izuku instructed him to finish the job, and Mr. Compress prepared to make the symbol of peace disappear. Izuku moved back, standing between Toga and Dabi as Mr. Compress threw the explosives into the grave. The resulting explosions filled the air, and the crowd cheered as the man they once despised was obliterated. Izuku basked in the praise, noting that it was wise to have him as their leader. He announced that the blonde would be joining them, but he had plans to alter his mentality. He intended to put him on a special regimen, believing that the blonde's hero mentality was a hindrance. 𝗏𝐽 inquired about 𝐼𝐸, and Izuku reassured him that everything was fine, revealing his plans to track her progress with her quirk. He believed her abilities could be beneficial, but he intended to approach the situation more strategically than others had. Twice questioned why they didn't simply kidnap 𝐼𝐸. Izuku explained that instilling fear was not the right approach. He believed that fostering a bond would lead to loyalty, creating a devoted ally. He recounted how 𝐼𝐸 had wanted to escape from her previous captor, but with him, she sought comfort and companionship. Izuku chuckled, noting her attempts to defend him during his moments of sadness, which were rare. Twice contemplated Izuku's perspective, admitting he had never thought about it that way. Izuku encouraged him to stick with him, promising that they would become the most formidable villains known to humanity.